Hello. Hey, everybody. How are we doing today? Hey, Spooky Pepper. Hello, Danger Days. How are we doing? Naomi Francis, thank you very much. Oh, my background's changing color too. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Just keep it at that. No, no. That's kind of making me pop. I kind of like that. Lady, you're doing it. You're chewing it right by the mic, honey. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. She's so fun. Here until I start streaming Indiana Jones. I don't know if I'll get to Indiana Jones tonight. So for those who don't know, I have a new shirt, by the way, for some of y'all out there. For those who don't know, I just got back from a, do I own multiple robes? This isn't a robe. This is just like a little kimono thing. I just got back from a bit of a little vacation that I took. So we're going to catch up because as soon as I left, we got so many pieces of news. And we got to cover it all. I got to cover it all. So I wanted to do that while also taking care of some mutual aid. So both in YouTube chat and Twitter, YouTube chat and Twitch chat, there should be a pinged, good God, I need to lock the fuck in. Another drink of energy drink will most certainly help. Patrick Plover, read any books lately? Yes, I just got done with, well, although it was research for the documentary that I'm working on. And by the way, patrons, if you are a sub to my Patreon for as low as $1 a month, you should have a special look at the documentary, the introduction sequence. But so I wanted to, if you have any spare cash, we're going to be listing a couple of different people, both in our community and outside of our community, who need mutual aid. Thank you, History's Actor, Jenny in the YouTube chat, posting Raven's link. Well, let me see. And then there should be, have I seen HB 175? No. Unless I just don't know it by heart. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm like, okay, no, I can. Here's the thing. If somebody asks me, have I seen a House bill? I can probably guarantee I know what it is. And yeah, we will be talking about that bullshit, that kind of bullshit today. Stopping the Mutilation of Children Act of 2024. Yeah, like I said, there's a lot to cover. There's a lot to cover today. So I don't even know if we will get to. I don't even know if we will get to. Oh, what the hell? Game streaming tonight. Jesus Christ. Black Panther 05. Hey, Dead Domain. Hello. Yeah, Assad went down this weekend. I think other streamers kind of more. Yeah, so if History's actor Jenny in the chat. Thank you very much, Mommy Cast, for $20. Official U.S. response to Israel's newest violation of Syria's sovereignty has been that Israel has a right to defend itself from a country whose new government isn't 2 days old and has just overthrown a dictator with ties to Iran. Yeah, I'll also, we're getting rid of circumcisions. What? Too much is happening. Too much is happening all at once. My hair is messed up. I have a new conditioner that's making it very fluffy. So it's just kind of poofing right now. God, I want FFS so fucking bad. Oh, child mutilation bill. I see what you did there. Gay Ghost Prince, thank you for resubscribing for 2 months. Hope everyone's having a nice night. Please wish me luck on my genetics final tomorrow morning. Goodness gracious, genetics final. I wish you Godspeed, Pilgrim. I do want to say at the top, while I do, Mommy Cass, I appreciate the $20. I am, because I took a week off for mental health, I am behind in donations. However, if you really want to donate money, please give at the links above, because I can still pay my rent. Other people out there can't. Yeah. I will, however, take any and all subscriptions. If anybody wants to buy me a lot of subs, I don't really do subathons. Like, that's not really something I'm into. So, yeah, any money I get off this. Don't we all want FFS? Yeah, I think I'm going to start saving next year. Because, so Washington State does help a lot with gender affirming care. But when I went to schedule an appointment because, you know, before you do FFS, you have to get a consultation. There's a whole lot of stuff before you do like a big surgery like that. And I went to schedule an appointment. I had to be put on a waiting list. All right. Here's the A to B to C on me getting FFS with state healthcare, right? And this actually ties in perfectly to what we're going to talk about today with healthcare. The A to B to C is I get put on a waiting list for about a month and a half. I was on a waiting list to be scheduled, right? I sent in a request. Then they got back to me and they were like, hey, let's schedule you. Now, not a schedule, mind you, for the operation, a schedule for a consultation, right? So a waiting list to be put on a schedule for a consultation. The consultation is in February. Now, hold on, the punchline's coming. Now, you might say, Jordan, that's just 2 months away. To which I would say, at the time, it was October when they said this. And they said February. And I was like, okay. And then they said February of 2026. So a year and a half for the consultation. Like, Kiwi Birdie, thank you very much for 6 months. Sadly, can't offer to help us. I'm not doing great, but I'm hoping the fundraising goes well. I appreciate all the support. Yeah, and after the consultation, it's still like, who's to say? Who knows? I love that. Love that for me. I look like Florence Pugh? Shut up. You look like Florence Pugh. Catch you up. Oh my goodness, we have so much to catch up on. Let's do it. Let's go. You know what? We have a lot we can do, but I want to start with... No, why would you do that? Why would you... Can you not? Can you fucking not? There we go. Put up the right window, please. Before we go into, because of course we're going to talk about Luigi Mangione, we're going to talk about Nancy Mace being a absolute freak with it. We're going to talk about, as much as I am loath to say it, oh God, here's the fun part about being in America is that we're going to have to talk about Matt Walsh for years. Thank you, Drop Dead Gorgeous Fun. Thank you very much, Jerome in Seattle. Did I Fed post on Maine? I don't think I Fed posted on Maine. Oh, excuse me. We're going to talk about Nobel laureates talking about RFK Jr., which is very funny. But, of course, we have to talk about the man of the hour, the people's hero. Well, depending on how you view discourse. And I have... an interesting kind of... I have an interesting outlook, I think, compared to... And I don't say interesting to give myself a pat on the back, but I think it is interesting being divergent from what I've seen a lot of other people talk about. Because a lot of people have noted that this is one of the first times we've seen a political development where a lot of... like, a radical political development. Like, this isn't a small thing. This is somebody being shot, murdered in cold blood in broad daylight. And there have been praise from both the right wing and the left wing. In Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro's comment sections have actually been a funny little bloodbath because, of course, they're shilling for the CEO who was killed because he, honest, upstanding, decent man. But a ton of people who are actually working class, like Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh want to cosplay as, a ton of people who actually have to deal with health insurance issues, whose jobs aren't literally to promote culture war to defend the rich, like Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh and everybody else at the Daily Wire, just kind of called them out, being like, actually, it's not leftist to be okay with these fucking people dying. It's not leftist to say that health insurance is evil in this country, and it's being made worse all the fucking time. Now, the interesting part here, and I'm going to do, after I'm done, it might take a week or two. It might end up being like my big video for January. I'm going to do a video on Luigi Mangione, but compared and contrasted with Thomas Brooks. Thomas Brooks was the Trump shooter, right? Thomas Brooks, and then who here remembers? I'm gonna look to the chat real quick. Who here remembers Max Azzarello? Or I'll give you one that was a little bit easier. Justin Moan. Who here remembers Max Azzarello and Justin Moan from earlier this year? Mrs. Camp Perry, I know. See, and this is how I'm going to be able to tell who's actually watched the videos or not. Yeah, Mama Shark Sasha. So Max Azzarello, I did a stream highlight on him. We did a stream talking about him. Max Azzarello was the man who self-immolated outside of Trump's New York City trial. And he had in his backpack a shit ton of pamphlets talking about the Clintons and a global crime syndicate that Trump was a part of to enslave humanity and that kind of stuff. Justin Moan, you may remember, was the wildly radicalized man who killed his father and live streamed him holding the head. He claimed that his father was part of the deep state, was working with Biden to destroy America. Yeah, history's actor. That was Moan. That was Justin. And you can even I would throw Aaron Bushnell onto this. Not to say that Aaron Bushnell, because I think Aaron Bushnell is probably at the level of or was at the level of attachment to reality, honestly, as Luigi. Because everything I've seen, Luigi is perfectly cognizant of what's happening. Like, he is not, in all of his manifestos and stuff, he is not in contact with a lot of people have looked into him being, like, very libertarian in a lot of the stuff he's read, some accelerationist stuff with Ted Kaczynski. He's not, like, a radical conspiracy theorist. Like, of what I've seen, of the stuff that I've looked into, of the stuff that he's read, he is not talking about the Rothschilds or the fucking World Economic Forum. I know, chaotic kitten, follow me here. Like, walk with me a bit here. Bushnell's motive was against Israel and the genocide in Palestine. Yeah, like, all different motives. Between all four of these people, entirely different motives. Entirely different methods of trying to achieve their goals. And their goals were mostly just to call attention, or in the case of Justin Moan, to take action, right? And that's what they were all doing. In some way or another, they all decided that they would put themselves on the line to take action. And the fascinating part, and I say fascinating, I mean in a darkly fascinating way. I mean in a socio-economic way, sociological, is that all of these fucking people, all of these events happened in one calendar year. And none of them, like, even though Justin Moan was pretty fucking, like, obviously influenced by right-wing paranoia and fear, none of them perfectly align with any political ideology. They all acted independently. Like, Aaron Bushnell may have been leaning radical left, but he was still a United States service member. None of them were a picture-perfect example of, oh, here's a Nazi, here's an incel, here's somebody who perfectly fits the bill of a radical eco-terrorist or anything. And that's the part that is, I think, worrying. Because one of the things I really want to hit on today as we go down the list of stories that we're going to see, and this is something I've been thinking about a lot since Trump won re-election again, is that we need to, as a whole, we need to stop looking at every political development as a zero-sum game, as a either win for our side or lose for our side or a win for the other side, however it bears out. Because the state of politics at this point is not, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm going to say polarized, but it's literally not that. Like, we have so many people. I think we have reached a breaking point between the war in Gaza, between economic disparity that is getting worse, between still trying to deal with the after effects of COVID, and very likely in the next couple of years, another pandemic, between the cyclical and incredibly cynical nature of the election that we all just fucking went through. There is something I think that these four people point to as a kind of breaking point in America. Or in the American subconscious, right? Buzz Skywalker, thank you very much for 2 months. Love your streams and think you're such a beautiful person. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, List Bobby, we need to push for talking about the system and how it's not working. Exactly. And it is not helpful to, like it's a very lib brain, I mean, conservatives do it too, but it's a very lib brain thing to just try and fit every kind of political development into this is good for us, this is bad for conservatives. These things don't happen in a vacuum. I think the CEO dying is a great example of this, because you have people on both sides of the aisle who've praised it, who aren't fucking sad about him dying. And more importantly, you have people on both sides of the aisle, conservative and Democrat, liberals, who are condemning it, who are saying, this is not how we do things in America. But you know the difference between those the big difference between those two opinions. And the reason why Luigi is such a fascinating example of this microcosm, this kind of mass, whatever you want to call it, mass insanity or schism in America right now, is that it reveals the true divide in American culture right now is not between the left and the right. The left and the right can be united in an appreciation for saying fuck you to the CEOs, fuck you to the people who make us live in pain and suffering while they live high off the hog and get a yacht for their yacht. This incident with Luigi shows that the real divide is between the upper class and the working class. Because the upper class are the ones who we've seen come out and say, oh, this isn't the way we do things. Oh, this is absolutely terrible. Oh, this person must be brought to justice. And it's been a really interesting dichotomy to examine alongside Daniel Penny getting off scot-free for just murdering a man in broad daylight on a New York City subway. It's been like usually you don't get this close of a look at American psychology when it comes to the news media, when it comes to the ruling class, which, let's not forget, the mainstream news media, as we'll talk about here in a minute, the mainstream news media are like what you learn through them is decided by the upper crust. It is decided by the ruling class. It is decided by the shareholders, right? Yeah, Irish DC 95. That's a really great way of putting it. I think that's a more eloquent way of putting what I was trying to get at. I'd say that the common theme with all of them is that they know something is wrong with the country. Luigi is just the first one to connect the dots. Cheer 150. Well, I mean, like, I would say Aaron Bushnell also like connected the dots just in a way that was very quickly pushed aside. And it's been interesting to see between all of those different stories, between all of these different actions that people have taken, whatever level of effectiveness you think there are, it's been most interesting and most telling to observe how the people in news media, how the people in politics, how the people who it doesn't benefit to draw attention to these issues have reacted to them, right? And like we were saying with Luigi, it does not behoove them in any way to put out his manifesto. Let me really quick, we'll get to this in a second, but I want to give me 1 second. Now, I don't know, this was a couple hours ago from Ken Klippenstein. And this is the very brief manifesto of Luigi. And when I talk about how like this is not the writings of somebody who was incredibly imbalanced. Like it's debatable if any of us could do this, but this is not the writing of somebody who is mentally unfit to stand trial. This is not the writing of somebody who is detached from reality, the same reality that we live in. And maybe that's one reason why they don't want to publish this manifesto. But as noted by Ken Klippenstein, as of the time of this being published on his blog, and I do trust that this is from the actual manifesto because Ken waited for a while and was throwing around doubts about the authenticity of an earlier one. So I think he has done his work to authenticate this. I hope so. Ken, don't let me down. But he notes that the New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, and NBC did not publish it, which is very interesting to me. Oh, it's absolutely trolling. Yeah, Spooky Pepper, look at what he said. I was just looking at that. Anyway. So here's the entirety of the manifesto, right? Again, and if you look at Justin Moan, you look at Max Azzarello, you look at these other people who were to varying other degrees activated by the incredibly confused culture that we live in, where, again, young men predominantly radicalized in online spaces, story we've seen dozens and dozens of times before, where they are given all of these problems with society and no assured solutions. To the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial. Some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, and lots of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, was some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife or traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder. Now here's the part. If you want to ask yourself, why wouldn't major news corporations publish this? One of my major interests as this saga has developed has been seeing if this is actually the right person, or if there would be another person who took after him. Now, by the word of the law, right, they don't want copycat killers. Of course, nobody wants copycat killers, right? We don't want people just going after CEOs. We don't want people just going after the people who are actively making our lives hell. The people who have names and addresses. Like, we don't want that. Nobody, of course, nobody wants that. Who would want that? But they really, really, really don't want somebody to be giving out on mainstream news networks the stats, the rationale, the reasoning behind taking that radical action. The US has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly 42 in life expectancy. United is the indecipherable largest company in the US by market cap, only behind Apple, Google, and Walmart. It has grown and grown, but has our life expectancy. No, the reality is these indecipherable have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. But many have illuminated the corruption and greed, e.g. Rosenthal, Moore, decades ago, and the problem simply remains. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I am the first to face it with such brutal honesty. That's what people really don't want to think about. That's the reality that people really don't want others to think about, most importantly. Because, again, this is one of those rare moments where you can see the dividing, the dotted line separating, not based on political ideology, but class. Where everyone on MSNBC is saying, oh, this is so terrible, this is horrible. Everybody on Fox News is saying the same thing. Everybody at the Daily Wire is saying the same thing. Democrat politicians are saying the same thing. Why do you think so many people haven't been so ready to just like rizz up Luigi? Like it's not because, I mean, he is attractive. I think. All right. Can we chat? Come here. Can we talk for a second? I feel I can be real with you. I think Luigi's kind of mid. I'm sorry. I had to break it with you. Oh yeah, no. Elon has been very much on the edge of his seat in a very funny way. Yeah, sorry, Ash, you get it. Like, he just looks like some dude. Like, I don't get it. Like, he's a good looking guy. Like, he's fit, but like, I don't get it. In the floor on the kitchen. Geoduck, geoscience. Helpless. Okay, let me... What was I doing? Oh yeah, Elon Musk Twitter. Oh god, I can't even know with him right now. So, and again, I didn't know how I would talk about all of this because it is such an intricate web, and this is partially why I want to do a dedicated video kind of talking about this collapse in the borders between American ideologies, right? The reason so many people, I think, have been incensed isn't quite the... Incensed is don't get me wrong, incensed is definitely a word to describe how some people have been about it, but more than incensed, I would say inspired. The reason so many people, I think, have been inspired by this, it's not just that taking revenge feels good in a vacuum, right? That you can look at a news story about somebody who has caused inadvertently the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, who manages to keep his hands clean by just letting other people do his dirty work. That feels good. But more than that, I think as an activist, as somebody who studies politics, as somebody incredibly worried about the state of politics moving forward, seeing people unite behind such a populist message as fuck these people who are constantly fucking us over, regardless of political ideology outside of that, it gives me a lot of hope. But remember what I was talking about just a little while ago when we were talking 20 minutes ago. I was talking about how we need to stop looking at things in a pure binary, in a sense of just, this is a good thing, this is a bad thing. Because I think that restricts our ability to see what something could become. And I don't mean to talk about, the existing in the context of everything that came before you. I mean, like, in a very real way, I think in the time since the election and since really ruminating on how it went down, all the mistakes that the Dems made, all the mistakes that leftists made, I think the biggest problem was not seeing every side of an issue, not seeing how these things would affect rural people, working class people. And I think the same thing is true with this strike at a vein, like finding gold in a mountainside, right? You strike a vein, with the gold here being this populist sentiment, this kind of violent populist sentiment. Because here's the thing. CEOs should be scared. That's my personal belief. Am I saying people need to go out and shoot them? No. I'm FBI, CIA. I'm not saying anything of the sort, but I am saying that people who hold sway over the lives of others, who have for generations hoarded wealth, absconded with it from the rest of America, who disproportionately do not pay their fair share while living high off the hog, while then having the gall to try and make everybody else live by their rules through regulations, through corporate lobbying in government, do I think they should be afraid of walking down the street? Yes. That's my political ideology right now. Yes, they should be made afraid. But like I was saying, we need to see both sides of this issue. And when you look at, because as soon as this happened, everybody was like, oh my God, like this is, it's giving, I saw somebody earlier in the chat, it's giving French Revolution, right? The problem is that we have a conservative movement coming to power. And make no mistake, Trump, his cabinet, like his very corporatist cabinet, filled with fucking Fox News hosts and shitty TV doctors, like, no shot is Trump actually a populist. No. But he's very good at wrangling populist sentiment. This is remember what I was just talking about with all the mistakes that the left made? And when I say the left, I mean the DNC, the Democratic establishment, the people on Capitol Hill. Is that they ignored the messages of populism. If you want to know why the middle voter went towards Trump this election, it's because they didn't see the Democrats doing anything for them. Excuse me. That's not to say the Republicans actually are, but at least they goddamn know to at least pretend that they will. And even if that means that they have to fucking make culture war issues to convince people that they're actually populist. Oh no, we are for parents' rights. We believe in your right to say that you can't have those disgusting trans people in your classroom. And don't you know how dangerous this is? No, we're for you. The Democrats and their big government communism, socialism ways, they want to teach all your kids to be gay, but we believe in good old-fashioned American apple pie straight people. And so they can manufacture these issues, but it is in service of convincing people. Again, not the wealthy class, not people like Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, not people who are actually pushing these issues. The people who go to school board meetings convinced of these issues, convinced of the truth of them. And they push them, they manufacture them and ship them out as populism. The left, again, when I'm talking about the left, I'm talking about the Democratic establishment, does not have this. So when I say we need to consider both sides of the equation here, the thing we need to be most, to me, the thing we need to be most conscious of right now is right-wingers trying to take this sentiment and claim it as their own. People like Ben Shapiro, people like Matt Walsh are not savvy enough to see that. Like they're far too corporatist. But people in Trump's movement, people inside the White House, the Steve Bannons, the Stephen Millers, are unfortunately way more savvy. The white nationalists, the radicals out there, are unfortunately way more savvy when it comes to taking issues that should be class-based and turning them into issues, selling them to their base as issues that are in fact politically based. Gwen Kalin, I honestly think neither side cares about anybody without money. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's that old George Carlin bit about, it's a big club and you ain't in it. Like that's the truth of the matter. Zollner on Twitch, thank you for 5 months. Espirited Corpse, thank you for 6 months. Mr. Halloween, thank you for following. And everybody, do not forget that we also are trying to raise money for mutual aid. Let me see. Actually, I'm going to go check real quick how we are doing on one of the donos. I want to see more on Paper Animator. We need to get to $2,000. We got two more donos on here. I want to see people get to at least 2K before the stream is done. It is the season of giving. We have somebody who is living with chronic pain because they cannot get their wisdom teeth out. Yeah, thank you very much, History's Actor. Oh my goodness. All right. After that little, I realized that was very all over the place. expect me to be a little scattered this entire day because I've been like, I haven't had an outlet for politics in the last week or so. I've just been relaxing and hanging out with my girlfriend and chilling down in Texas of all fucking places. Oh, excuse me. Goodness gracious. Mr. Halloween, I just want to say thank you for being an awesome content creator. Thank you. Thank you. RJ Kilroy, we're super duper fuck double triple fucked. You sound like that one kid from A Christmas Story. Visiting Texas must have been terrible. It was actually not that terrible. I hung out with a lot of other trans girls. It was very like just relaxing and chill. It was warm down there. It was mostly just like bed rotting and playing video games, but God, I fucking needed that. And I am back with a vengeance. I worked about 4 hours today on the big documentary I'm making, and tomorrow I'm really gonna make some headway. Where in Texas? Around Austin. No, sorry. God, around Dallas, Fort Worth. But first, I wanna go back. Let's take a trip back in time. When did Saw 6 come out? 2009. Spirit to Corpse, there should be one pinned at the top on YouTube. Yeah, Catherine Tardif, I was not self-caring. I was not taking any kind of self-care for probably a month or two. So yeah, it's been really wonderful. Yeah, so I want to talk about, and don't worry, for anybody who's squeamish, there won't be any violent, gory shit right now. Cruise control for cool, thank you very much. With that, they should be, yeah, on Twitch, it should be, both of the links should be pinned. To give you an idea of how long the sentiment has been brewing in America. The Saw movie franchise, this movie came out in 2009. We just looked it up. More than 14 years ago? 15 years ago? Almost, yeah, just about. Yeah, it would have been 15 years this year. God damn. Where would the pins be? The pins should be at the very top of the chat box. If they're not, I'm gonna be furious. YouTube light theme. And okay, look. When people talk about the Saw movies, I certified Sawhead. Big fan. One day, crazy billionaire budget. If I could take time, if I had a Patreon that was raking in like Abigail Thorne, H Bomber Guy bucks, if I could take time on all my shit like Abby and Harris do, I would do an entire Saw film breakdown. I have wanted to for Halloween for years. To do an entire look at the franchise. I don't have that kind of time. I got big fish to fry. But one of the more interesting aspects has been how they tackle social themes. In particular, the most political of them in Saw 6. Right now, this isn't... So everybody's calling Saw torture porn. I take umbrage with that. But more importantly, there's no violence in the scene at all. Like, don't even worry about it. This is This is just a dialogue scene. So for those who don't know, and I guess I have to preface this because I wrongfully assume everybody's seen a Saw movie. That's my bad. So the person who's sitting here, this is a flashback of the main villain of the franchise, John Kramer, who is the Jigsaw killer, who traps people in elaborate traps assigned to morality, and they can survive if they sacrifice enough of themselves to do so in a usually violent and brutal way, right? Now, that's the basic gist. Here is a flashback to a time. Now, John, as we see throughout the films, goes through some shit. My man has been through it. He loses his unborn kid. He loses his wife. He gets in a car crash after he tries to commit suicide because he also has cancer. This is a point at which he is trying to get treatment for his cancer. And it is later revealed, and one of the problems narratively with the Saw franchise is that it keeps coming back to the well, maybe a little bit too much, or inarguably, on John's past. Like, they kind of just keep stapling new stuff on as motivation. But as that goes, you know what? That's a good. Somebody, thank you very much, Brody, for $2. Jigsaw isn't a villain; he's an antagonist, though. And thank you, Brody, for the other $2 and $2. Dead Domain and Asmongold collab soon. Ugh. Your GF needs to keep you in Washington for content needs. I forgot where I was going. Yeah, anyway. This is a great... Like I think this story... Tobin Bell, great in this franchise. Like, Tobin Bell always giving it his all. This is a great scene, and not just in terms of performance, but writing. I think it is a very well written scene because while it is a little bit heavy handed, I think audiences kind of fucking need that. And part of the catharsis of horror is sometimes seeing bad shit happen to people you think deserve it. Like, sorry. Sometimes that's why we like watching horror movies. Like, there isn't a motherfucker out there who wasn't happy when Trey in Friday the 13th remake got. Sorry. Did look at the manifesto. I'm sorry. Yeah, we absolutely did. Sorry, I have a bunch of other stuff I want to look at. I apologize. Hell yeah, we'd love to see it. So, the reason I want to, it's not, again, not just, and yes, Brody, thank you for another $2. I did see the latest Saw flick. I thought it was fucking fantastic, except for why did they do Shawnee like that? I don't know why her hair was that, but other than that, was great. Oh, that guy ends up... So, Ashley, if you haven't seen Saw 6, Saw 6 has some banger traps. That guy gets got in maybe one of my favorite ways in the entire franchise. Alan Showerman, 28 years later, I have not seen the trailer. And in all honesty, I haven't watched those movies since I was very young, so I didn't really appreciate them then. So, like, I don't know. Ooh, no, Cheese King. That would have been Piranha Pool would have been good, but I forgot what I was saying. Never mind. Ugh. Oh, he does get killed by Roderick. I forgot that kid was in that movie. That's funny. So one of the more interesting things is, again, seeing how galvanized people have been and seeing who have been essentially defending the CEO in this case. I wanted to talk about this. This got really quickly overlooked. This happened just a couple days ago, December 5th. Moderators delete Reddit thread as doctors torch dead United Healthcare CEO. Quote, when others' human lives are deemed worthless, it's not surprising to have others view your life of no value as well, wrote one medical doctor whose identity the Daily Beast confirmed. Now, you might think that doctors, because doctors can make a lot of fucking money, but a lot of people go into the profession of being a doctor genuinely to help people. Like, the money helps, don't get me wrong. But there is, for so many people out there, they want to genuinely help people. That is what they study. When they are studying medical journals, they are studying the best ways to give their patients treatment. And when they work with a patient, when you have doctors who are giving patients cancer treatments, who are helping them with malignant tumors, who are trying to help them get their lives back in order after a drastic car crash or an accident or something has happened to them. And it is not between, as we were just watching in that clip, it's not actually between. The care is not between the doctor and their patient. It becomes between the insurance company. And the doctors cannot do anything with that. I can only imagine going through years and years and years and years and years of school to try and help someone. Especially when you get to know them, you spend time with them, get to know them on a personal level. You start to see them as more than just a number on a screen. You start to see them as more than just a data point. But the healthcare establishment never will. They don't want to. So I can understand why so fucking many doctors would be frustrated. Doctors in one of the internet's top medical communities have turned on the murdered UHC CEO Brian Thompson in such a brutal fashion that Reddit moderators deleted a thread on the killing. The moderators of r/medicine closed the thread posted Wednesday after news broke that Thompson was shot dead outside New York Hilton Hotel in Midtown Manhattan after it racked up over 500 replies. The commenters overwhelmingly criticized and satirized the insurer's alleged denial of coverage to sick and dying Americans in order to juice profits. Oh, excuse me. The top comment, which received hundreds of supporting upvotes from other users, mocked UHC's notorious track record for refusing to pay out insurance claims and is written as a lengthy spoof rejection letter from the company, addressed to an unnamed applicant following a careful review of the claim submitted for emergency services on December 4th, and informs them they are being rejected for coverage because, quote, you failed to obtain prior authorization before seeking care for the gunshot wound to your chest. Sorry, that's funny. That's funny. Hypothetically, how much would the flat rate be to make your saw breakdown? Also, thanks for the doctor love as someone that works in a hospital. I love a few. Oh, thank you, Brody. Hypothetically, to make it worth it, for all the work it would take, because here's the problem, is I know I have to run some cost-benefit analysis like the insurance companies do. Is that I don't know. There is a chance a video like that could pop off. But on my channel, media analysis, the thing that I've done for years and I'm arguably the best at, gets no fucking play. Like none. So, I would say, I don't know, like 1.2K. Like enough to make up for a week or so. Probably 2 or 3 weeks to really like sit down, think about them. I would want to do research. I've always wanted to draw parallels between the Saw films and Kafka. Rest in peace, Franz Kafka. You would have loved the Saw film franchise. Oh my god, I'm so sniffly. Ugh. Christian atheist. I feel like this is a safe space to say I hate having to say my trans daughter. She's my daughter. I mean, you can just say your daughter. You don't need to. Lead poisoning is a pre-existing condition. Patrick, thank you very much. All right. Another paraphrase, the 20th century trade union lawyer Clarence Darrow, quote, I've never wished a man dead, but I have read some obituaries with great pleasure. Yep. Unsparing critiques of Thompson's business practices. One medical doctor whose identity the Daily Beast confirmed commented with sympathy for Thompson's family and said the killer should be charged with murder, but then wondered about the damage the CEO had done. Quote, I can't even guess how many person years UHC has taken from patients and their families through denials. Has to be on the order of millions. His death won't make that better, but it's hard for me to sympathize when so many people have suffered because of his company. Law enforcement officials found the words deny, defend, and depose on shell casings recovered from the crime scene and are reportedly examining whether they can be connected to a motive involving insurance companies. Oh boy, they can. Well, Sophie Loon, I hope more people are fucking done with civility politics. Now, on the other side of things, we have the New York Times. Remember what we've been saying about the kind of insulated classes, let's call them, the ruling class, the oligarchs, you might say, if you were a little bit more cynical. Yeah, no, it was funny watching for a couple, because I mean, like, technically we didn't know for a couple days like what the actual deal was. I don't think it's good to engage in conspiracizing. Luigi, like, it seems pretty on the nose that he did it. And more news is going to come out. I understand, like, one of the reasons why this was so exciting, quote unquote, exciting. God, I am so sorry for all the snot sounds today. Special blanket, thank you for $5. Federal law requires insurance to disclose every doctor involved in the denial of claim or consulting on the claim and their specialties. Trump got a paper cut? What? Man. Oh no, you were talking about fucking okay, the ear. No, I got it. Okay, it came. Somebody else was talking about Biden having more sympathy for Trump, and I was like, did something else fucking happen? There have been a lot of opinion pieces about how we should actually be super worried about the attitudes around the killing of the CEO. And the real, read between the lines here with me a little bit. Walk with me here. The real headline should read, a certain class of people should be really worried. Not for all of us. Even before any details were available, the internet was awash in speculation that the company had refused to cover the alleged killer's medical bills, and in debates about whether murder would be a reasonable response. The shooter was compared to John Q., a desperate fictional father who takes an entire emergency room hostage after a health insurance company. You know what? That's another... John Q., fantastic fucking movie. I will hear no different. Except it does have... we are 39% of the way there. Let's see a couple more. Hell yeah, let's go. There we go. Yeah. This, if you haven't seen John Q, mwah, Yeah, I have watched Dog Day Afternoon. Dog Day Afternoon is a fascinating movie to go back to as a trans person. It's not great with trans representation, but it is trying. Yeah, fucking what a scene. And that's an interesting parallel. It's a parallel that I absolutely do see. Much love. Thank you very much, Bogdan Andon. Some posted prior authorization needed before thoughts and prayers. Others wryly pointed out that the reward for information connected to the murder, $10,000, was less than their annual deductibles. One observer recommended that Thompson be scheduled to see a specialist in a few months, maybe. Dustin the Dam, thank you for 8 months in a row, 14 total. Goodness gracious. And that's actually a really interesting, that Robert Duvall line about how you think these people care about you. You're just the cause of the moment. You could surrogate that for any of the news media trying to just shove this under the rug. Because it's not true. Like, we have verifiable proof now in real life that caring about these things is not just a cause of the moment, because they are united frustrations that everybody who isn't in the ruling class, who isn't an overlord, an oligarch, everybody else knows these frustrations. Everybody else has had a family member or somebody affected by them. The rage that people felt at the health insurance industry and the elation that they expressed at seeing it injured was widespread and organic. It was shocking to many, but it crossed communities all along the political spectrum and took hold in countless diverging cultural clusters. Even on Facebook, a platform where people do not commonly hide behind pseudonyms, the somber announcement by United Health Group that it was deeply saddened was met with, as of this writing, 80,000 reactions. 75,000 of them were the haha emoji. That's very good. That's very good. We just actually read the story on that. I've been studying social media for a long time, and I can't think of any other incident when a murder in this country had been so openly celebrated. The conditions that gave rise to this outpouring of anger are in some ways specific to this moment. Today's business culture enshrines the maximization of executive wealth and shareholder fortunes, and has succeeded in leveraging personal riches into untold political influence. New communication platforms allow millions of strangers around the world to converse in real time. But the currents we are seeing are expressions of something more fundamental. We've been here before, and it wasn't pretty. The Gilded Age, the tumultuous period between 1870 and 1900, was a time of rapid technological change, mass immigration, blah, 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 blah. The era survives in the public imagination through still resonant names, including J.P. Morgan, Rockefeller, Carnegie, and Vanderbilt, through their mansions, which now greet awestruck tourists, and through TV shows with extravagant interiors and lavish gowns. Less well remembered is the brutality that underlay the wealth. The tens of thousands of workers, by some calculations, who lost their lives to industrial accidents, or the bloody repercussions they met when they tried to organize for better working conditions. Now, this is a super interesting point, because it's absolutely true. As we look to one of the things, I don't think we'll get to it today, but one of the things I do want to talk about eventually is the stupid fucking resolution to teach anti-communism in schools, to basically just put capitalism as, capitalism is the best in American schools, and just blatant propaganda. And one of those things, to properly, in the way that they would want teach that, they have to do what they've done for generations, which is to basically overlook the labor rights movement in the very true form that it took. Not just saying, people, they marched and picketed and protested. No, we've talked about the history of American protest. I have a whole stream highlights about it. Go check it out. The history of American protest is bloody and violent as fuck. And the reason you have the work week you do, the reason we have the labor rights we do, isn't because people just picketed. It's because they fought and they cracked skulls and they died. The reason why unions in this country for so long have been such a big fucking thing, why you have so many just burly ass dudes who will throw hands over their fucking union, it's because they have a sense of history about that shit. Like, they have fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers who literally fought and died for union rights, for union negotiation. When it comes to unions, I'm nothing if not a traditionalist, and I really think we should return to tradition when it comes to the working class. But that's just me. That's just me. So rich traditions. A recent Reuters investigation identified at least 300 cases of political violence since the 2021 assaults on the Capitol, which it described as, quote, the biggest and most sustained increase in U.S. political violence since the 70s. A 2023 poll showed that the number of Americans who agree with the statement, quote, American patriots may have to resort to violence in order to save the country, was ticking up alarmingly. These also completely coincide with trends of just general radicalism and violence and the uptick we've seen in things like white supremacy. When I was talking about the ability of right-wingers to take these kind of populist sentiments and wrangle them to their own ends, to cast, oh no, their CEOs are an evil class. Like, that's something you see a fair amount in, and I'm not saying that America's going to have a revolution or anything, but you see that a fair amount in despots taking power. When technically you have classes that should be aligned in interests, but it behooves the people coming into power, it behooves the despots, the tyrants, to have that outgroup. We, go look at my video, my history of anti-Semitism video. It behooves them to have an outgroup that the populism can be easily attached to, that you can easily convince most people to hate. Like in this case, insurance CEOs. Valkyrie Astrid. Past violence is heroic. Any more violence is unacceptable, though. True. Mackenzie L. In a good society, people like Elon, Thiel, and Bezos shouldn't exist like they do. Yeah, you know what? Now is a good time to actually talk about the Daniel Penny thing. And Elon Musk. And I'll go through this more. The concentration of extreme wealth in the U.S. has recently surpassed that of the Gilded Age, and the will among politicians to push for broad public solutions appears to have all but vanished. I fear that instead of an era of reform, the response to this act of violence and to the widespread rage it has ushered into view will be limited to another round of retreat by the wealthiest. Corporate executives are already reportedly beefing up their security. I expect more of them to move to gated communities, entrenched beyond even higher walls protected by people with even bigger guns. Calls for a higher degree of public surveillance or for integrating facial recognition into policing may well follow. Almost certainly, armed security entourages and private jets will become an even more common element of executive compensation packages, further removing routine contact between the extreme wealthy and the rest of us, except when employed to serve them. Yeah. Ashley, thank you very much for $5. Peaceful protest is the compromise we all agreed to, and the ruling/owner class decided to renege on that agreement. Yeah. No, like it is good. The greatest development of this is CEOs living in fear. CEOs recalculating the moves they make that will affect the people under them. Because they don't know when one of the unwashed masses will just snap. It's like, good. You should live in fear. If you control the lives of other people, if the things you do have a material reaction that can ruin other people's lives, you should live in fear of those consequences. Like, the great problem with modern capitalism is that people have been convinced, the rich and wealthy have been convinced, that they basically get to exist by mandate of God without any responsibility. They have no responsibility to the rest of society, is what they believe. That is the bubble that they like to live in. And that is not the way it should be. They do have a responsibility. They have not lived up to that. They do not live up to that. So somebody who is, make no mistake, who is still from an upper class background, he is a class traitor, technically, for them. Stop seeing us, it's interesting, Jeremy Hall, it's interesting you say that. Stop seeing us as roaches and parasites. Oh, yeah, sorry. That is, I want people to, Jeremy said something in the chat. They just want the rich to stop seeing us as roaches and parasites. I'll be right back. I'm going to run to the restroom. I need to get more tissue. Don't go anywhere. Okay. Tully, thank you for $5. Have you watched Born Rich? It talks about exactly this bubble. I have not. I have not. Lies are quickly corrected on this platform. If it requires the labor of another human being, then it's not a human right. Very important concept. Where the fuck is that? There was a tweet here he did today. God, fucking piece of shit. How many hundreds lives income can one accrue? Oh, so fucking many. Unfortunately. What ended most civilizations is low birth rate. An extended period of prosperity causes birth rates to plummet. When a society is under stress, birth rate increases. Just so awesome that this dude is like, here we go. Here we go. So somebody was just saying in the chat that the rich should stop seeing us, that all people want is for the rich to stop seeing us as cockroaches, as less than human. And I want to really tie that sentiment to this tweet from earlier today from Elon Musk. Now, Elon has a long history of not so subtly crypto-hating poor people as impure, as unclean, as literally subhuman. He's talked in the past about how he hates public transport because it's full of like dirty people. This is maybe one of the most alarming and fully mask off fascist sentiments I've seen anybody associated with the government say. Outside of Trump. Thank you very much. Sweetness, $2. Could this be our Bell Riots moment, DS9? It might be. It might be. It might be. Have you seen the NBC News where they tried to blame video games? The first, yep. Oh, yep, I did. I had the New York Post one. But that also sounds very funny. We will definitely look at that. That'll be my next one. Because I want to tie this to the Daniel Penny thing really quick. Because like I was saying earlier, it's so rare that you get two stories side by side that show exactly somebody's like true opinions on something. Matt Walsh has been, I'm not going to go look at him because but you can see the way Matt Walsh literally defends Daniel Penny, the person who just killed a man in broad daylight, held him in a chokehold for 20 minutes, far past the point any reasonable person would actually choke somebody unconscious. A murderer, Matt Walsh is calling a hero. Yet, the health insurance CEO killer, now that's a vicious leftist to people like Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro, which kind of tells you where their priorities are at and how they value human life. They don't. They value capital. They value the people that make money, not actually people. And, especially when it comes to Matt Walsh, if it's a person of a different color, like that's basically less than human for him. Now, Elon Musk saying, in most cases, the word homeless is a lie. It's usually a propaganda word for violent drug addicts with severe mental illness. Yeah. Let's look at this actual article, shall we? SF Chronicle covers what happens when you just give the homeless housing. And so this is going to be Elon's new thing about how, like, obviously we shouldn't just give the homeless housing. Okay, Elon, what's your alternative to deal with them, buddy? If it's not to actually try and get people clean. Now, I'm going to ask some questions up front before I even look at this. What was the funding like for this operation? Were they understaffed? Were they underfunded? Did they have the resources allocated to actually get people off the streets, get them jobs, get them clean, have them live in a happy, productive life? I'm willing to bet they didn't. I'm willing to bet that, like a lot of organizations across the country, they are terminally underfunded as the homeless crisis continues to grow. As more and more people cannot afford housing, as the price of housing continues to fucking rise. But sure, Elon knows about being homeless. Elon knows all about what the word, propaganda word, homeless means. Sure, let's go with that. Awesome Kid TH, my vacation went very well. Low MS, thank you for super chatting 20. Such a shame that Tesla is the most sold car here. Oh, where is that? They threaten and abuse staff. Oh, do you have a link to it? There we go. The authors are progressives who believe the solution to every problem is just more money. Jesus Christ. Spends millions of dollars to shelter its most vulnerable residents. Shelter its vulnerable residents in dilapidated hotels with little oversight or support. The results are disastrous. So, you mean to tell me that it is underfunded, that they are not specifically designed facilities, that they probably don't have any additional support structures, and it doesn't work? But the conservatives, the people like Elon Musk, the people who know shit about stuff, apparently, would want to tell you that, that just means that they just want more money. They're just grubbing after everybody else's human rights. Since 2020, at least 9 people have died of drug overdoses. One man was discovered after a foul stench seeped from his room into the hall. Levinson is one of thousands of poor, sick, or highly vulnerable people left to languish and at times die in unstable, underfunded... Oh, wait. Weird. So, again, here is a conservative dipshit pointing out that, oh, they live in squalor, they fight and kill each other. They're trying to make this seem like this is their choice to do this. That, like, of course, if you give homeless people a place to stay, they're just going to turn it into a homeless place. Oh, if you let the rats in, it's going to be a rat's nest. Is the idea that they are pushing here. The idea that Elon Musk is uncritically throwing out, calling being homeless a lie and propaganda for violent drug addicts with severe mental illness. Now, by the way, fucking rich of Elon Musk of all people to say like, oh, no, you shouldn't, the government shouldn't be giving people who don't deserve it money. Elon, try fucking buying a company without a government subsidy. In a complex arrangement, the city's Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing pays nonprofit groups to provide rooms and aid to formerly homeless people in about 70 single-room occupancy hotels known as SROs, which the nonprofits generally lease from private landlords. Well, there's your first problem. The buildings are the cornerstone of a $160 million program called Permanent Supportive Housing, which is supposed to help people rebuild their lives after time on the streets. $160 million a year is fucking nothing in a major city. $160 million a year? $160 million won't get you a fucking mainstream Hollywood movie. $160 a year? Dog. The NYPD budget is presented in the financial plan as $5.8 billion. Now, a lot of people don't know million to billion. A billion is 1,000 million. When it hits that next comma, that's a billion. With the budget of the NYPD, which is bigger than the GDP of a shit ton of countries, you could run this an uncountable amount of times over. This is I'm having that moment in Magic the Gathering where it's like, yeah, no, this goes infinite and this is just going to make a shit ton of tokens, and like, do you actually want me to do the math because I just win? Like, that's what's happening in my mind here. I'm like, yeah, it's just math. It's a lot of fucking math. The amount of times this can go into that, fucking insane. But again, people like Elon Musk, apparently the billionaires who are going to save us all, are the ones saying, well, no, we can't give more money to that because obviously it's not working. Look at the no money we gave to it. Look at the lack of resources we provide. Look at the lack of resources we lobby to provide. Look at all the times we vote against it. Look at all the times we cut spending to social welfare programs. And it's so they can sit and say from their ivory fucking towers, well, obviously, it doesn't work. Trying to help other people is socialism. Don't you see? The only real way is the way that makes me more money. And then they want to act surprised when they get got on the street behind their back. I don't think so. It's about 36 times. Thank you very much, scam.net. Oh, yeah, no, Red Oni. The Department of Defense budget this year was $849 billion. $849 billion. Also, History's actor Jenny on the YouTube chat, thank you very much for sharing those links. We have a couple mutual aid requests. If you can help donate some money, I do appreciate all the donations and stuff. But if you could give a couple bucks at those links, I would very, very, very much appreciate it. Also, I have one more link. Friend of the channel, Hoots, is having some money issues. and has not been getting shifts at her job. And bills have been piling up. So if you could go to Hoots, and Jenny, would you actually be able to share those links too? I would really appreciate it. We can get some of the, because I know I want to get at least a little bit towards Hoots. Just a couple bucks I would appreciate it. Where was I? Yeah, there we go. Again, another thing that they fucking just completely leave out in their assessment of like, oh, homeless people are all bad and evil. Do you mean you don't think they're surprised by the violence? Because that seems plausible as fuck. I think it's twofold. I think they are not surprised. So I think because people like Elon Musk literally see anybody as at a lower station as like less human, less intelligent, certainly he probably thinks. I think there's an element of him, like people like him being like, well, of course, those commoners are just violent brutes roaming about, and you cannot trust yourself around these savages. Like, I think there's an element of that where they literally see people beneath them as having lower brain function. Like all of us are just Neanderthals, and they're just so enlightened and smart, and obviously, like, they make more money because they're so much smarter. So I think there's an element of that, but at the same time, I think there is an element of surprise where they're like, oh shit, people are acting out against us. And if they get ideas about that and everything we're doing to oppress them constantly, that could end up real bad for us, which is something that Elon is definitely aware of. Oh, thank you very much, Jenny. Thank you. You've been doing so amazing at keeping all the links going. So here, again, another thing that they've conveniently left out of their little material analysis. But because San Francisco leaders have for years neglected the hotels and failed to meaningfully regulate the nonprofits that operate them, many of the buildings, which house roughly 6,000 people, have descended into a pattern of chaos, crime, and death, the investigation found. Critically, the homelessness crisis in San Francisco has worsened. So, again, not enough resources are allocated. Not enough oversight is guaranteed when you have people who are trying to get out of cycles of violence, drug abuse, sexual abuse, physical abuse, homelessness, trying to rebuild their lives from, I cannot stress this enough, fucking nothing. You have people who have nothing. And they have no way to get back on their feet. It's not surprising that the result is going to be more abuse, more drugs, more violence when there is not enough resources being supplemented. When there are not enough opportunities, not enough people going and saying, hey, let's set you up. Let's get you a job. Let's make sure that you can get clean if you want to, if you need to. $160 million. Are you fucking kidding me? $160 million. That's fucking nothing. That is nothing. Yeah, no, Baron Lewis, $160 million divided by 6,000 people is $26,000. In San Francisco prices, that's garbo. Well, okay, so here's the thing, Baron Lewis, that's not even, like, that is a good way to break it down per person, but that is not, the 26,000 is not going to each person. Like, what that 26,000 needs to go to is additional resources for those people. It needs to go to hiring more people. It needs to go to having therapists, on-call counselors, medical staff, drug overdose therapy, like trauma therapy. People do not understand, especially people like fucking Elon Musk, do not understand the internalized trauma that people who have lived on the streets carry with them. Whether that's because they were victims of abuse on the streets, sexually or otherwise, whether that's because they were basically forced to turn to drugs as literally any fucking escape, whether that's just because they had to fucking sleep outside, whether that's because they fucking saw somebody die in the cold. These are the unspoken issues that nobody fucking talks about. Do you want to know why people like Elon Musk don't talk about it? Because they literally don't want to see the humanity that they are turning their fucking backs on. Again, I want you out there. If I could radicalize you with one thing. I saw this tweet today and I thought, this is what everything fucking hinges on to me at this moment right now. If I could radicalize you with any one thing, it would be these fucking words from, quote unquote, the richest man in the world who just bought his way into a fake cabinet position. So that now this man gets to dictate, or, so purportedly, that's what the Doge will be, gets to dictate what government money and funding is spent on. The man who says homelessness is a lie and that homeless people are violent drug addicts with severe mental illness. HSH says its goal is to provide some residents with enough stability to enter more independent housing. But of the 515 tenants tracked by the government, a quarter died while in the program, exiting by passing away. City data shows additional 21% returned to homelessness and 27% left for an unknown destination. Only about a quarter found stable homes, mostly by moving in with friends or family or into another taxpayer-subsidized building. At least 166 people fatally overdosed, 14% confirmed overdose deaths in San Francisco. The year city leaders created the department, the number of homeless people in the city has increased by 56% since 2016. So the homeless population is growing. Why would Elon Musk, what do you think Elon Musk would say about that? Why would you think he would say the homeless population is growing? Do you think it's because of worsening economic instability? Do you think it's because of an ever-widening gap of wealth inequality in this country? Specifically centered around San Francisco and Silicon Valley, by the way. Do you think Elon would, you think that would be part of his analysis as a knower of history, as such he is? Thank you very much, Jenny, for posting those. Yeah. Oh, gosh, look, does this mean understaffed? Case managers who support residents have overseen as many as 85 tenants apiece in recent years, 5 times higher than federal recommendations. You know what that means? Hire more fucking workers. Hire more case managers. If you do not have the workforce to help people, you're not going to be able to help people. It's so frustratingly easy to see the solutions here. And yeah, I know these people want to be like, oh, they just want to spend more of our money, more of your hard-earned tax dollars. How many of your fucking tax dollars are going into bombs being dropped on Gazan civilians? Hundreds of millions? Billions? You think, how many of your tax dollars go to fucking subsidies so people like Elon Musk can sit on his fucking yacht all day playing Diablo 4 and shit posting to Twitter? You think they might be able to give a little bit more? Jesus Christ. Like, they want to position this as, oh, this is the failure of socialism. No, this is the cruelty of capitalism laid fucking bare. It is a carrot on a stick that is just dangled in front of these people who've had everything stripped away from them by the world. And capitalism is literally, this is the equivalent of somebody just throwing some pennies in a homeless person's cup and saying, "Aren't you thankful? You're 100% more rich. You had nothing, now you have 4 pennies." But you aren't actually doing anything that will feasibly help them. You are not donating enough to actually help them. Jesus Christ. Like, every single thing I'm reading, Timothy Isaiah, 57, whom the city placed on an upper floor of the West Hotel, even though he uses a wheelchair, said he repeatedly missed chemotherapy for his prostate cancer last year when a broken elevator trapped him in his room. Public records and interviews confirmed that the elevator was inoperable for 6 weeks this winter. Thank you very much, Jenny, for staying on top of those links. Like you, if you want to know why people would leave, it's not because, oh, they just want to be drug addicts. The homeless, like, okay, this is the rhetoric Elon Musk uses here is unironically exactly the same as racial rhetoric, like pre-Jim Crow era, because people used to say, like, oh, you can't change blacks. You can't change Latinos. You go back even further. You can't change Italians. They love living in filth. That's where they're happy. That's what they come from. That's what they want. That's the same fucking log line Elon Musk is running right now. It's explicitly Nazi shit. But listen to what this is saying. Does this sound like somebody who wants to do this? Quote, I moved in there and the kitchen sink had human shit in it and the hotel has black mold, said Brewsty, also 57. Past public inspection records confirm similar violations in the Baldwin's common areas. Quote, so we said screw that and we started sleeping on the streets. So what you're telling me, again, in this piece of propaganda pushed directly by Elon Musk as, I guess, proof that giving support doesn't work, is showing that not giving support doesn't work. Not giving proper funding and allocating proper resources doesn't fucking work. Because yeah, if you have a shithole apartment where there's literally shit on the counters and black mold in the building, yeah, somebody might want to fucking sleep outside. Elon, people like him, the CEO class, let's call him, would tell you that, oh, that's just the way they are. Yeah, a 57-year-old person experiencing homelessness. 57-year-old with prostate cancer. That's just, who has a wheelchair. Yeah, they definitely want to be in a place with human shit in the sink and black mold. That's where they're most comfortable. You fucking morons. Here we go. More than a third of the city's supportive housing SROs, including many that struggle with chronic problems and funding shortfalls documented by the Chronicle, are run by the Tenderloin Housing Clinic, or THC. Randy Shaw, the nonprofit's director, defended his buildings as high quality and blamed the city for placing only the most high-need tenants in his SROs without providing adequate resources and staffing to support them. We throw all these people into our hotels who have no demonstrated ability to live independently, who have severe problems and need to go elsewhere. Well, fuck you, dude. Shaw said, adding that there's often nowhere else for them to go. What do you fucking even say? Like, what do you say to this? Where do people go after supportive housing? 550 people left federally funded supportive housing programs in 2020. The city seeks to provide residents with enough stability to move on to more independent housing, but even people leaving some of the city's better funded programs often end up in a worse place. Temporary housing, institutional setting, including emergency shelters, jail, or crashing on a friend's couch. I feel like those probably shouldn't be equal. I'll be right back again. I need water. I need to take a break. I don't know. I've given thought to, because here in Spokane we have a terrible fucking homeless issue. And I've given thought to making a documentary interviewing some of the people here and trying to actually see what drives people. Like, we know what drives people to be homeless. I don't know. I might try putting something together. See if I can interview some of the shelters around here that are constantly overflowing, that never have enough room for anybody because we keep getting more and more people on the streets. No, I live in downtown Spokane. Like, I live downtown. I see the homelessness issue every fucking day. It's not as visible right now because it's fucking freezing out. But like, I told the story. I was walking home from getting, sushi at the mall. I have a sushi place that's like pretty cheap. It's like $10 for a roll. I mean, like, one of the basic rolls. Like $10, pretty good size. I got it, and a dude flagged me down because he had to go to the bus plaza. Flagged me down because somebody was having a fentanyl overdose. I've told this story on stream. Like, seeing people tweaking on the street, especially when it's still warm out, like maybe not right now, but when it's warm out, It's an everyday occurrence if you're outside. An everyday occurrence. Now, I've never seen any homeless person attack someone. Ever. I've seen hundreds and hundreds of homeless people. I've never seen any single one of them attack somebody else. Now, statistically, if I'm going on my own statistics, have I been to Bellingham? Yeah, no, anytime you're over on the other side, same fucking thing. I was just in Dallas, Texas. Well, it was like Fort Worth. It was Dallas. It was in that area. And like there were two, I was really drunk. I was out with some friends and there was this kick-ass, I was down in Texas. I'm gonna get some tacos. I got tacos, I got barbecue, set. I didn't love Texas, but let me say, y'all know how to eat. Texas knows how to eat. I'm a big fan of that. And there were homeless people all fucking around. And it's not. I hope I'm not sounding like an elitist prick that's like, oh no, these homeless people need to get out of our sight. Like, oh, they shouldn't be visible. Because that's not the problem at all. The problem is that they're homeless. The problem isn't that homeless people are around. The problem is that they're fucking homeless. Like, the problem is that these people have no support and they are getting no support. And then the people who are making sure they don't get support are calling them the problem. Like, and people wonder why. People want to seriously contemplate and moralize when a CEO is killed. When a healthcare CEO is killed. Healthcare, the kind of shit in America that puts you on the street, that makes you fucking homeless. I was just looking at something. The average cost of a heart transplant is around over $1.5 million, not including insurance. To actually see. Treatment and management. All right. Oh, shocker. Medical debt leads to longer periods of homelessness. Oh, weird. October 4th, 2023. Medical debt puts housing out of reach for millions of consumers. About 1 in 5 report that this debt has forced them to change their living situation. Housing is considered one of the best social determinants of health. God damn, it's almost like all this shit is fucking related. Jesus Christ. Dude, Jesus. Pulmonary embolism, fucking whatever. Which occurs in approximately 1 in every 1,000 adults, which is incredibly common, is estimated to cost between 5 to 8 billion annually, or on average $20,000 per treated patient per year. So, I guess all of that is to say, fucking miss me moralizing and catastrophizing about, like, oh, won't somebody think of the poor CEOs? When every fucking day people die on the fucking streets because of the shit that CEOs are doing, because of the calls CEOs are calling. Because you have dipshits like Elon Musk actively dehumanizing. And you know what? Actually, yeah, let's finish off by talking about Daniel Penny says he couldn't live with guilt if Jordan Neely hurt Subway. Subway passenger. Oh, because he's just such a great upstanding hero. He's just a man of God. Look at him. He was just threatening to kill people, Penny said in a preview clip that aired on the 5 Tuesday. He was threatening to go to jail forever, go to jail for the rest of his life, and now I'm on the ground with him. I'm on my back in a very vulnerable position. If I just let him go, now I'm on my back, and he can just turn around and start doing what he said to me, killing, hurting. You fucking sociopathic motherfucker. Shocking. He had schizophrenia and a drug abuse problem. And people want to say that, oh, well, this is because, Matt Walsh, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, knows. What Matt Walsh really wants to say is that, well, yeah, of course, he's black. Like, that's what Matt Walsh really wants to say. He would never say it, but that's what he actually thinks. Penny also took issue with the policies of official like Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan district attorney who spearheaded the failed case against him, as politically motivated and beholden to policies that have clearly not worked. Policies that the people, the general population, are not in support of, yet their egos are just too big to admit they're wrong. What policies? What policies? It was a climate of fear that put strap hangers on high alert. Received a humanitarian award for helping hurricane victims. Calm and empathetic during trial testimony. He played lacrosse and was in his high school orchestra as a teen. Who gives a fuck? Fuck you, Fox. Oh, yeah, weird. Former Marine misused a combat technique in fatal chokehold. You fucking think? Now, you're going to see a lot of praising of this from the right wing. And that's because they, again, bolstered by billionaires like Elon, they are okay with vigilantism. Not when it actually hurts one of them, but when it hurts somebody that they see as less than human. Somebody who was failed by every system surrounding him. Somebody who was not given the proper resources and allocations needed to help turn his life around. Somebody who comes from a background that is disproportionately affected by wealth inequality, by police and state violence. All of those things they're just going to shove aside. That doesn't fucking matter to them. They don't actually care. They are okay with murder. People like Matt Walsh, people like Ben Shapiro, pretty much anybody in the right-wing sphere, they're okay with murder. Never let them tell you they're not. They're absolutely okay with murder. As long as you're not white or you're poor. Because then they know you're not in their club. Oh yeah, no, Edward M. If the races were reversed, abso-fucking-lutely not. If it was some poor, like, homeless vet and Jordan Neely just put him in a chokehold and killed him, like, he would be in prison right now. Matt Walsh would be saying, oh, he's a violent savage who needs to be put down, and this was a brave Marine who fell on hard times. Like, the roles could be reversed. The people's opinions would be too. Aren't we also kind of okay with murder as long as it's an insurance CEO? I mean, you said that, not me. Like, here's the thing. Okay. Oh, sorry, let me answer this text. Here's the thing. How do I say this? There's been a lot of one of the things that this kerfuffle with the CEOs brought up is ideas around capital punishment on the left, capital punishments on the leftist movement. James Phil is dangerously close to a TOS violence. I have not called for violence against anybody. I've said no such thing. When it comes to capital punishment, this is my personal belief. Kristen Thompson, I think you pretty much nail it right there. Kristen Thompson on YouTube saying, I don't believe in the death penalty for anyone. I am also not crying over the death of a mass murderer. Like, that's it. The problem is I understand the idealism behind being zero tolerance on a death penalty, right? And that's not saying I am pro death penalty. I am not saying, oh, we need to line up this person, this person, this person, and all the problems will be fixed. But consider for a moment that the problems in the world do not get fixed without bloodshed. Like, that's a fact. That's a reality that I think more and more people are coming to terms with. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people are coming to terms with it in entirely different directions. Like, we are going to get so many more weird actions like this, where the people doing them do not have coherent or even really cohesive ideological frameworks that they're pulling from, that will be wefted together from a variety of libertarian, deep left, deep right wing, and conspiratorial sources as justification for violence, because everybody knows that shit is fucking wrong right now, and that the people who need to be paying for it are not paying for it. And that is going to drive people. That is going to drive people crazy. It already is. Oh yeah, no, King Kerplunk, did you know that billionaires have been building castles, bunkers all across the country and world in recent years? Interesting. Lennon Cat knows what to do. 50,000 people die every year because of lack of health coverage. Brian Thompson made a bonus by maximizing profits by making denials more efficient. If a political leader killed thousands by denying medication, we'd call that a human rights violation or even a war crime. You say that, but I don't know if we would actually anymore. I would love to say that, but yeah. As a reminder, thank you to Jenny for posting the links over on YouTube chat. If you can give a couple dollars, I would really appreciate it. I know all the people who need help and financial security at the moment would help. I want to see how close we are to getting paper filled out. 40% of the goal with paper. Hello, let's fucking go. Hi, Sai, am I always serving? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. So I don't even. Everything is related. Nothing happens in a vacuum anymore. And developments moving forward will be contingent upon individual people realizing that. Realizing that all of these things we've talked about today, the Jordan Neely trial, the Jordan Neely, Daniel Penny trial, the CEO shooting, Elon Musk, Trump's upcoming cabinet, it is all fucking related. It all ties together in service of working against you. Like there isn't that. Elon Musk might have a political ideology. He might have shit that he thinks he believes. But at the end of the day, the things he talks about, like the woke mind virus and all that bullshit, is immaterial to the stuff that he actually wants to push. The deep-seated stuff that makes up the core of who he is. And when you talk about the ideas of, does someone deserve to live or not? Like if we're getting real for a second, if we want to have a philosophical discussion of what capital punishment means, and if you can even like what does it mean? Deconstruct the idea. What does it mean for somebody to deserve to live? Is that even such a thing? Can somebody even forfeit their right to life? The one inherent thing that makes them a person, that gives them personhood, consciousness. Is that something that's even on the table? I think there are deeper conversations here that can definitely be had philosophically, but for me, I think there is such a thing as, whatever you want to call it, being evil. That might be too abstract of a notion, but I think there is such a turning point for somebody where they have forfeited humanity. And maybe that doesn't mean that they, get put to death or whatever. But I think we need to be more cognizant of how many people in our society have forfeited that humanity. Like I am talking Anders Breivik levels of being okay with mass murder, being okay with mass carnage and death that doesn't affect them, being okay with orchestrating these things. Star Genius, I basically said the same thing to my dad about all these things being related. He says I'm crazy and over exaggerating. No, it's wild to me that there are people out there who aren't, and not that I've been, I haven't been keeping track of every little thing with rapt attention on the CEO killer, but being a leftist on Twitter, regrettably, I still have seen plenty of it. But it's been wild. I was talking to my partner today about how because they had not been really paying attention. They've been going through finals at school, and so they've been fucking busy. And they're like, oh no, I've missed what happened in the news? And I was like, so much. What are you talking? And it's weird because sometimes I forget that, like, this is my job. I kind of have to stay thinking about all this shit all the fucking time. But even on my vacation, it happens. What are you gonna do? Baron Lewis, interesting point. Much to think about. If there is a non-violent way to make someone stop being a healthcare CEO and give up their ill-gotten gains, I'd love to hear it. Interesting point. Yeah, special blanket. It seems like Luigi Manarino was somebody who very likely had been denied coverage for chronic pain and a back injury. Robert Evans had a really good tweet out there saying that, like, if there was something that radicalized him, he was radicalized by pain. Extremely ironic. So, one of the funniest outcomes of this story with the CEO has been, so I used to work with the local news station. A lot of people don't know this, but I used to work at my local NBC affiliate. And I actually spearheaded, a long story short, I spearheaded a game journalism outlet, like an internal one, that never really found its footing, partially because of COVID. And it was like hyper spread thin. It was a fucking mess. It was a nightmare to work with. But I learned so much about the media's approach to video games and how little mainstream media knows about games, because basically anytime there was a story that caused controversy, they came to me and they were like, hey Jordan, can you look at this story, can you write up a copy, can you edit this, make sure I have all the facts right? And more often than not, I'd have to completely rewrite it because it was like not giving the proper facts. It did not have the proper context. The two big ones I remember writing were about Cyberpunk 2099 being controversial for having like sex scenes and being a big game and shit, just like very standard GTA level fear-mongering stuff. And then the other one was it was just a basic like announcement around the PS5 and Series X. And man, it was so fascinating to read this development, because this reminds me exactly of how I used to feel. Outlets need, like, if you have any contact with a journalism outlet, if you work at a journalism outlet and you need to talk about video games, please do not take upon yourself to do it, because it is just, unless you are in the industry, you will humiliate yourself. You will humiliate yourself. It is ridiculously humiliating. Luigi Mangione. Oh, I'm gonna give her another bone because she is done with the bone. Good baby, good baby. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Among Us? What? Oh, no. Melting Mug. They're very serious about this. Luigi Mangione, who was arrested and charged with murder in the shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, once belonged to an... The way that they fearmonger about this is so fucking funny. Once belonged to a group of Ivy League gamers who played Assassin. The way that it's framed, it sounds like Assassins is like fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? Like cowboys as a kid, like playing cops and robbers, who played Assassins, a member of the group told NBC News. Now, in the game called Among Us, some players are secretly assigned to be killers in space who perform other tasks while trying to avoid suspicion from other players. Alejandro Romero, who attended the University of Pennsylvania with Mangione, was a member of the same Discord group, said he was shocked when news broke on social media that he'd been taken into police custody. I love this fucking quote. I just found it extremely ironic that, you know, we were in this game and there could actually be a true killer among us. Again, this is the kind of thing that if you were in the game industry, you would know about the Among Us memes. You would know about like finding little pictures of the Among Us guys and saying, and like hearing something and being like, oh my God, they said Among Us reference? And you would not print a story where a dude interviewed, gave you an Among Us reference, gave you a meme and a quote. There's no fucking way. No shot he didn't know. There is no shot he had no idea what he was doing. Like, no fucking way. I love that they have to... Do they even show... No, they don't even show what Among Us looks like. Of course, that would defeat the point of fear-mongering. It's a child-friendly whodunit game in which a group of friends run around several space station-like maps. The crewmates, who are simply drawn cartoonish-looking astronauts, run around the ship and complete tasks. I know. Was this updated? Was this updated? I can't tell if it was updated. I don't know if it was updated. Because I feel this entire paragraph was added after the fact. Jesus Christ. And then the rest is just the regular. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Suspect in United Healthcare CEO slaying played video game killer, friend recalls. Like, dog, if anything, if I'm ever suspected for anything, chat, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. They have me on video playing like Dead by Daylight. It's over for me. It's over. Okay? Like, my name is Dead Domain. I have dead right in the name. I've played serial killer games on stream, on Twitch, while hundreds of people cheered. It's over. King Kerplunk. What does that mean? Dino Rancher burns down X. It's Jordover. I don't know what... I know what those words mean, like, individually, but when you put them in order, I'm not sure. And you have a Discord? Oh, God. Wug. Okay, let's see. Extremely ironic. Oh, yeah, I did want to talk about the kind of conspiracy around the thing, but I'll cover that, and then we can get to some other news, because, oh boy, do we have some other news. Let's go. I'm going to pull up some stuff. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah. All right, and we need to talk about the Supreme Court trans healthcare ban. All right, let's start with this little last bit. Special blanket. I don't think another round of violence in video games will happen. Trump, I think it actually, like, I don't think it's something that he, like, is ready to die on the hill of. Certainly not. But Trump really does seem to labor under the belief that it's, like, a thing worth caring about, which is just very funny. Yeah, like, I just want to... Oh, shit. Fuck. Ah, there we go. I just want to, like, kind of talk about the left conspiracies that keep popping off. And I think... God damn it, dog. Dog is so loud. I think, like, because of the sensationalism of this story, like, this story was so quick to develop. It was so cinematic in a lot of ways. Certainly has a lot of populist support, as we've talked about. That people want to embellish it even further. That we want there to be more to it. And I think already we've very quickly seen a lot of those notions being dispelled. And I would caution anybody, and this goes for the Trump election, this goes for so many developments moving forward. This isn't to say that you can trust the government, that you can trust the police, that you can trust news, that you can trust anything, really. You can't. But that's also not to say that you need to literally take everything as false, as a lie, as a conspiracy. Because the shit I've seen going around about, like, oh, hey, we need to... You know, something's not adding up here. It's like, yeah, because you don't have the full story. Like, we have the information we have that's been verified, that has been put out there, that has been, by the way, as we saw with the Manifesto, been selectively edited to be put out there. Like, we're not going to get the whole thing. There's always going to be shit that we don't know. You can have your own personal beliefs about what happened, but, like, That doesn't mean that everything is a conspiracy, and I wish I would see less people. And hey, look, I fucking love a conspiracy. Like, I still hold my conspiracy. Like, hey, there are some things that we all know deep in our hearts. Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. Come on. That being said, not everything is an Epstein case, you know? And I just wanted to acknowledge that, because I've seen a lot of conspiracizing on the left, and it is so, we cannot become blue and on. Like, we cannot become conservatives. Like, you cannot have a backup conspiracy for every little thing that happens. Like, we need... Keep your feet on the ground. Please, for the love of God. All right. Oh, do we want to do the healthcare? Being a Nobel Prize winner doesn't impress me. Oh my god. Small thing. I did want to look that up. Yeah. 77 Nobel Prize winners asked the Senate to reject RFK Jr.'s nomination. Let's fucking go. To run the agent's top health agency, pointing to his views against vaccines and fluoride in drinking water. The letter, published by the New York Times, said putting Kennedy in charge of the Department of Health and Human Services, which oversees agencies handling food and drug safety, disease epidemics, and health insurance, would put the public's health in jeopardy, which seems like an understatement. Jesus Christ. The authors pointed to Kennedy's oppositions to the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine and the polio vaccine. Kennedy is a leading proponent of the discredited theory that childhood vaccines cause amnesia. President-elect Trump said Sunday he would ask Kennedy to... President-elect Trump said Sunday he would ask Kennedy to look into what is causing autism because something is going on. Something is going on, dog. Something is going on. Chat. Can we look into this autism shit? Because something is going on. Yeah. Time is going on. You fucking maroon. Thank you very much, Andromeda. Kennedy founded the anti-vaccination nonprofit Children's Health Defense, which sues governments to oppose vaccine requirements. Group also sponsored a sequel to Wakefield's pseudoscience film Vaxxed. Jesus Christ. The same year, Kennedy was caught on video saying that COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. Americans are sick and tired of the elites telling them what to do and how to do it. Yet, oh God. Yet here's a fucking Kennedy who's going to tell you what to do and how to do it. With a Trump and Elon Musk. But the elites. I just want to fucking exhale until I'm just a husk, until there's nothing left. Oh my God. Okay. Now, here's another one. GOP Congresswoman Nancy Mace is caught on video in gross act with 2 women and man. Let's That's some straight person shit. That's some cis person. That's some bullshit. Okay, that's some bullshit. Gross. Yeah, Boomer Swinger BS is a great fucking... Daily Mail does a little bit, maybe too much editorializing here, but it's pretty funny. Eye-popping video unearthed exclusively by the Daily Mail suggests that U.S. Representative Nancy Mace wasn't always as uptight about personal boundaries. The lurid clip shows Mace, 47, downing a shot, which, by the way, 47 actually makes it a little bit more sad. Like, doing this, like, college bullshit when you're 47 is like, come on, girl. Downing a shot of liquor before locking lips with a spiky-haired female friend and dribbling it into her mouth. The gal pal wearing a Trump t-shirt uses the same revolting technique to relay the booze to a male reveler. He barely manages to spit it into the mouth of the next participant before violently retching and throwing up on the kitchen floor. Like, this is the person who is leading the anti-trans charge at the moment on Capitol Hill. Yeah, Gal Pal's fucking crazy. Gal Pal's crazy. No, Nancy Mace, she is really... It is so fucking funny. Like, people have long talked about the like conservative Barbie typecast that Fox News goes after, like the assembly line that those girls come off of, but there's not enough brought up about like this bizarre mold of middle-aged Midwestern white woman who is inexplicably constantly horny as shit, yet also the most sexually repressed person you'll ever meet. Like, join the ranks of Lauren Boebert and fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay. Oh yeah, I wanted to watch this. So I wanted to see. All right, before we go into the sad trans thing, I want to talk about this because I haven't been able to see it yet. Josh Cider got really got a group of people tricked him and just
women are just trans-identified men that have gender dysphoria and are mentally ill.
So here's the thing. For those who don't remember, quick recap on this dude. This guy was a partner with a former RuPaul Drag Race queen. She broke it off with him and he went fucking insane. And he's been doing this like bizarre shtick for what feels like weeks now. And he briefly dipped into like a transracial satire thing. It did not catch on. He went right back to the trans woman thing. Much to think about there. Josh, get therapy, girl. Therapy.
I ain't trying to have all them crazy problems calling me 500 times talking about, I woke up with a boner. I woke up with a hard penis. Man, I ain't trying to date no trans woman. They're dudes, bruh.
And since you're a black man now, should you be allowed to say the N-word?
Nigga. Bruh, it's like, check it. It's like a trans woman.
Oh, no, white baby. Okay. Okay. All right. We're going in, chat. Nar. Oh, come the fuck on. This video was removed for violating YouTube's policy on bullying and harassment. All right, original video was taken down. Let's go.
I'm black. G, follow the science, bro. Trust the science on that.
And since you're a black man now, should you be allowed to say the N-word?
Yeah, we already saw this.
Nick.
Culture war never changed.
Honestly, that's how I would edit that shit. And this is so, I haven't seen this yet, but this is one of those things I'm mad I didn't think of. Like, I've been so fucking busy and dealing with depression and all sorts of other shit that I haven't been, you know, as Alex Jones would say, I haven't been thinking fourth dimensionally. But my chakras have been opened. I've been activated. Like, I had a puppy girl weekend. I'm ready to go. So in the future, maybe I'll do something like this, but it makes me so like mad with respect that I didn't think of this first.
Changes in the year 2024. I was a soldier, fighting on the front lines of the culture war. But I did it all for one woman, my baby back home. God, she's so beautiful.
And these are all pictures from Josh Cider's thing, by the way.
You'll get your wish, darling. I'm gonna end this culture war once and for all.
When I know that I have to go to work, I still get kind of that anxious feeling from the pit of my stomach. But I just go out there and do what I have to do. To me, being a male dancer, it's one of the best feelings I've ever felt before. But even though I'm surrounded by women all the time, I've still been unable to find one that I can see myself having a future with. My heart's definitely open. It's time for the final curtain call and find true love.
This is Josh Cider. What you just saw was a clip from a single episode of The Bachelorette that introduced Josh Cider to the world back in 2015.
How are you? Oh.
Okay. Wow. Ooh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, good. I was like, I better get some of this. Oh, hello.
Oh my God.
Ever since then, he's been desperately clinging to relevance, not unlike many of his Bachelor Nation alumni. First, he came out of the closet as bisexual. And of course, as many Z-list celebrity bisexuals do, he went on a round of podcasts to talk about it.
I am Josh Cider. I was a contestant on The Bachelorette. I've also been linked to some other drama going on in reality shows and on social media, and I'm just me, and I recently came out as bisexual, and so we're chatting today.
Now, Josh, you were on the 11th season of The Bachelorette, which aired in 2015. When, back then, did you identify as pansexual, or was this kind of a journey for you?
Back then, I was definitely just like the straight guy, straight male stripper guy performing for women. I am.
There are no straight male stripper guys living in LA, honey. I can tell you that for goddamn sure. Ain't no fucking way.
Very attracted to men and women, and so I now more identify as bisexual because I'm strongly attracted to men and women.
Then after Monica Beverly Hills from RuPaul's Drag Race broke up with him, Josh Cider faked his own death.
On his official verified Instagram account.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. What? What? That was fucking crazy for a myriad of reasons, but I think the delivery might be the number, like the craziest part of that. Not the faking your own death. The fact that it was so casually delivered. And then he faked his own death, as we all know. What? What? We really just skedaddled across that one, buddy. He said he was hacked.
There
Bullshit.
was a very lengthy statement announcing that he had passed. And it certainly made it seem like it was suicide. Well then, in fact, just a couple of hours ago, this popped up on his verified account.
Hey guys, as you can see, I am alive and well. My account was hacked. For the last 24 hours, I've been trying desperately to get into it.
The puzzling part for us There's a post saying he's dead.
I'm sorry, I'm not perfect. I guess I could have, done something besides getting on Instagram to try to prove that I was alive. And it's sad that there was tributes going up, but I'm not to blame for that. I'm
Starry Airy 9, who among us hasn't? Among Us? Among Us? Among Us?
a victim too, so that's what I would say.
Nowadays, Josh is still alive. And even worse, he's become part of a greater ecosystem of conservative rage bait that's been growing in popularity since Elon Musk took over Twitter.
Just wanted to let you know I'm completely unbothered by all of the hate that I've been getting in my DMs in the comments.
Girl. Like, here's the... Josh Cider is suffering from what I like to call the Ollie London effect, where somebody is so just like terminally needy for attention that the second their star starts fading, their 15 seconds are up, they try and escalate to another point, to desperate degrees, as we see here, as we saw with Ollie London. Like, what drives someone to this isn't just being spurned by an ex-trans lover, which almost certainly had to do with it, as we've also seen in countless cases of like TERFs and British anti-trans bigots. But more than that, this is driven by a need for attention, a need to call any kind of attention to oneself. Like this is a level of stunt that has, and look, okay, I say this as somebody who is prone, as you all well know, prone to stunts, prone to drastic displays. But every time I plan undercover operation planning, I'm currently planning, as people well know, I am currently planning to be at the inauguration. I'm currently planning to be at the inauguration. And whenever I plan these actions, I have a purpose in mind. I have a greater point I'm trying to reach. I have something that I'm trying to discuss at a more intricate level that necessitates me being in that experience. There is no such purpose here. Like nothing. The only thing he's looking for is more attention.
Already know I look better than 99% of the people hating on me. So anyways, just wanted to let you know.
Posts like these from cross-eyed Zionist detransitioner Maia Poet are...
Whoo! Damn! Oh man, you had to fucking roast her like that? The friend of the show, friend of the channel, Queen Coke Francis, has noted this, but like, Maia Poet is... How do I say this while being mean but not too mean? She is the most obvious target in any room. Like, let me just say that as far as like insulting somebody. She takes the sport, the fun out of insults. I say that as somebody who's very good at observational humor. But like, there's no thrill of the chase. It does not entice me. It's too easy.
Meant to actually contribute to any type of...
Also, don't forget, thanks to everybody who's donated today. It has been a massive help because I took a week off for my mental health. So anybody donating, it is incredibly appreciated. But if you could also throw a few bucks to the links going through the chat constantly. We have a number of people who need urgent medical care, who need help paying rent, who need help paying their bills. It is the season of giving, so I hope everybody here is able to give just a little bit to people who desperately need it. And then if you have like $1 or $2, I'll take one. But yeah, thank you to everybody who's donated so far. This money goes to people who desperately need it, and it does make a difference.
conversation about politics or trans rights issues. They're just purely rage bait posts meant to juice engagement on social media. And Maya Poet will admit that herself.
You know what's really funny is like this post. I woke up today and this post had like 1K likes. And then now it's at like 7.2K likes. It's crazy. It's always crazy. Like you never know like which posts are actually going to go viral and which ones aren't. And I've learned that, you know, people don't particularly care about substance on this app. This was just like a shit post I made. And I got a lot of comments. Most of the comments
Are we
were
just
like,
are we just talking about your hit posts right now, or we're just regaling us with all of your hit posts?
You can regale us with your hit posts, but no, I'm actually just waiting for more people to get into this space so that we can discuss this topic.
Earlier, you're posting a picture of you and Andy, and you said, "What would you say to us if you saw us on the street?" Is that not rage bait? Come on.
No, it's not rage bait. I mean, Americans seem to think that it is like acceptable to uninvite their other family members from Thanksgiving dinner because of who.
It is. By the way, it is. It is perfectly acceptable. This consequences are acceptable and more people need to face them. If you are about some shit, like this is me talking to you, chat, me and you. And I'm saying, as somebody who's about the shit I'm about, I know what I'm about. If you are about some shit, be about some shit. If you believe in something, be about it. Because guess what? If you falter, if you fall back on that, nobody's going to learn a fucking thing. The message isn't getting through if you're not broadcasting it. This came out before your Thanksgiving response video. It did. It did.
They voted for. So that's kind of like, you know, I tried to not allow my spaces to become too much of an echo chamber.
I tried to get Maya to talk to me outside of one of the echo chambers she calls a Twitter space, but she was too busy helping parents whose kids, in her expert opinion, were getting caught up into trans and needed to be saved, presumably, by the cross-eyed crusader against the evil transgender.
Chat, where are we with the insults? I think, okay, I can let one cross-eyed slip at a certain point, bullying for the sake of bullying. Come on, let's rein it back a little bit. I think the first, second one was better. It had alliteration. I'll let that slide. For insults, alliteration, I'll say, but it's the second time. It's the second time. You gotta diversify. You gotta diversify, and not be as cruel. Yeah, like Jay Kung, it's the ableism for me. That I'm. Look, as a certified insult enjoyer, as anybody who saw my video with Glenn Beck can attest, certified insult enjoyer, which I'm going to be doing that shit. Next time I do a video on Matt Walsh, you better believe I've already started writing paragraphs to insult him. But yeah, this is a little much for me. Come on now. Come on, let's tone it down.
Genders Maya Poet.
You know, culture war content, all of this, trans madness. It's so hard to distinguish the pretenders from the true trans that it makes one question if trans is a legitimate concept at all.
All they care about is views. They don't care about objectivity or the truth. And so they're incentivized from a money standpoint to create rage bait titles that get the public.
Being called incentivized from a money standpoint is, I know they're not like talking about me specifically, but like the idea that trans people make content because I'm incentivized from a money standpoint is fucking crazy. Like, that's fucking nuts.
fired up.
Fear-mongering about trans people has become a serious platform that Republican candidates can run on to actually get elected.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
Kamala's for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
But it's not just Republicans farming for rage clicks.
I bet you didn't know that Kurt Cobain was probably trans.
Even left-wing trans creators like Lily Tino get accused of rage bait by other left-wing trans creators.
Is she rage baiting? Maybe. I see why a lot of trans people just don't really have a lot of respect for her. How do I feel about her? I don't know. Would I follow her? No.
You, in particular, I would say, are like someone who's faced maybe the most hate out of any trans person on the internet by other trans people.
Yeah, I'm not everyone's cup of tea. I get it. Like, people just have their taste in kind of content they want to consume, but I do think a big part of it is my voice. I do think that because my content is so grabby, right?
I mean, like, okay, because I see people are talking about bullying in the chat. So Sophia666, I think it's a similar, like, there's a yin and a yang that we can follow here. There's a level of balance we can hit where it's like saying we don't bully enough. I think we don't. I think the left does not. However, that doesn't mean that anything is fair game. You know, I think this is where, like, the dirtbag left and shitheads fell into this incredibly awful fucking the habit a couple years ago, and things that people are still fighting off. Like, oh yeah, no, we could just say the R slur. Like, no. Like you can insult somebody without using a slur. You know, I think it's kind of the same thing. Like, you can insult somebody there. You gotta be more creative with it, because also that's a good comedy. Like, it's funnier to say she looks like a magic shop exploded on Mr. Bean instead of her being cross-eyed. Like, there's so many different ways that you can make fun of somebody without punching down, and especially punching down at people who are probably in your audience. Like, Patrick Wug, if we reach Paper's Ko-Fi, I'll post femboy pics in Discord. Let's go. We need to bully people about the specific things that are wrong with them, like their lead paint opinions. Yeah. Yeah, the R slur is still widely accepted, and it's annoying. It's super fucking annoying. It's super fucking annoying. We need more Shakespearean insults. Oh boy, do we. I forgot. I was going somewhere. Where was I going with that? Bully things about specific things that are wrong with them, like their lead paint opinions. Well, yeah, it was the kind of thing that somebody brought it up. I did a impression of RFK Jr. where I was kind of making fun of his voice, and somebody brought up that actually, because I thought his voice was just like fried from the fact that he had, you know, eaten terrible meat and had 1,000 different parasites living in his body and like all sorts of shit. But no, it was actually a degenerative condition that the person who commented let me know very nicely. Thank you for whoever commented. I don't recall the name off the top of my head, but they let me know, hey, actually, my mom struggled with this, and actually, it's a degenerative condition. It's actually really tough to deal with. And I was like, oh, you know what? Now I immediately feel bad, because it was not something that he did that was a cause of his own actions. It's something that other people struggle with and are probably super fucking self-conscious about. Like, how would I fucking feel? How would you fucking feel if you saw somebody being like, that's the line, right? That's the line that we don't need to fucking cross. If you had a friend or a family member who was suffering from a condition, who got made fun of, who came home crying from school or lost a job because of something, maybe don't. Maybe don't. But again, there are things that we absolutely should and could make fun of somebody for. I think, like, Like okay, there's a difference between somebody like insulting somebody's appearance based on ableism, like insulting somebody being cross-eyed, and insulting somebody like Matt Walsh for having a weird fucking face. Because he also actively makes it worse with his beard that looks like you just threw a bottle of coffee grounds on him after slathering his face in Vaseline. Like, I can call Matt Walsh a fish-lipped freak because fish lips are not a condition that a lot of people suffer from. It seems to be relatively localized only to Matt Walsh. Make it through Chapo, Trap House, and Come Town or Bag Left. And and here's an interesting thing. I've been I just got done listening through. Oh, I have a fun thing to talk about. For everybody who watches or listens to God Awful Movies, I may or may not make an appearance in January. The details are still being worked out, but I've talked to Eli about it. But because a shit ton of people left God Awful Movies comments on my Disciples in Moonlight review, and I've been listening to their entire backlog. And they follow a very similar trajectory to a lot of other left-wing podcasts, including Chapo Trap House, right? And one of the things that is fascinating to go back and listen to, it's a lot like Always Sunny. Always Sunny is a great fucking example of how you can change, or even changing to be more left-wing. Because the way Always Sunny starts is like, you know, Charlie says the N-word in that first episode. And then they have actually a really good, really fucking risky, but a really good episode about racism in the later seasons. People can mature. You can still be edgy. You can still be insulting. You can still be degrading, but you can also mature about it. You can do it without victimizing someone. The reason I bring up God Awful Movies and Chapo Trap House is that both of them, like if you go back and listen through all their backlog, when they first started, 2016, 2018, whenever it was, they fucking would swing around the R slur all fucking over the place. And it's jarring to hear for the first time because you're like, okay, these guys seem based, they're cool. And then you listen, you're like, whoa, I guess we're just using the R slur. But then over time, you notice they stop using it. You notice they start changing the way they insult people. You notice that they generally mature about the things they choose to insult about somebody. It's probably because of a lot of feedback. It's probably because a lot of people in their audience were like, hey, I really love this, but this didn't hit for me. Like, this actually really fucking hurt to see you guys say this. Yeah. When can we expect to hear your collab with Robert Evans? Chuck Grape, I just finished. So for patrons, I just put up the first look at the documentary that I got to interview Robert Evans for. That is on Patreon right now. It is a roughly 2-minute clip. It's just the intro sequence. So if you've seen the video I did on anti-Semitic conspiracy theories or the Satanic Temple, like it's just a cinematic introduction to the documentary. So like that's out there. I am spending in the next week, probably and a half, really hauling ass on that. Tomorrow is when the official, like, moving all the way forward on it works. So hopefully next week. We'll see. Cassavelt, thank you for 10 months. Hey, I have a song I think you'll love, and it's very much off here, like America. Thank you. I will check that out off screen. Little unrelated, but I hate how people were saying restarted instead. Were people saying that? I don't remember that at all. I don't remember restarted. That's dumb. That's fucking dumb.
especially the Kurt Cobain video is such a great distillation that trans people saw that video. People have this visceral reaction to me being a non-passing trans person that is so sure of herself. And in some ways, I think just kind of weird. I don't say that as like a good or a bad thing. I think I just have kind of like a slightly different vibe. Like it's not a very normal vibe. I'm kind of tweaky sometimes and I have weird speech patterns, but yeah, I'm just, look, I try not to harbor anger against trans people who hate me because I get it. Like what I do in my videos, when I sit down to film them, like let's take the Kurt Cobain video, for example. That was maybe one of the first that really started getting me a lot of hate from the right, but also from some other trans people, is I made a point about Kurt Cobain possibly being trans. And people got really upset about that, but for different reasons. I sat down, I knew that would upset people. That's not why I made the video though, right? The goal is not to make people mad. The goal is to educate people, right? And in 2024, a big part of getting views on your content is by making them interesting, right? And making them viable.
Thank you so much, Paper Animator. If everybody can continue donating, I believe we're over halfway to Paper Animator's goal, and I would love to get all the way there. That would be super cool. But thank you very much, Paper Animator. I hope you have a good night. I hope all the donations help.
Vibrant and catchy, right? I'm trying to teach people something, right? About how to be a better person, how to be more accepting, how to be more loving. And in the process of doing that, I am offending some people. I think, generally speaking, it's more sure of a bet to make content about controversial things than it is to make content about inspirational or uplifting things. TikTok in particular prioritizes controversy. What Josh Cider is attempting, and if you ask me, failing to do, is to point out what he perceives to be truths about trans people via this like rage baity act.
Besides farming for rage clicks, Josh Cider's whole point behind his transphobic minstrel act is to prove that anyone can identify as anything they want. So by that logic, why can't I identify as someone who works for the Daily Wire? So I reached out to Josh Cider via email. Hi Josh, I'm a documentary filmmaker based out of New York City. I'm wondering if there's a chance I could interview you for a film I'm working on in collaboration with the Daily Wire. The film will act as a pseudo-sequel to Matt Walsh's What is a Woman, and will premiere across theaters in the US this coming summer. Please let me know your thoughts and when you would be available to film. Thanks again, Alex Novell. It was a long shot, I thought. But less than 25 minutes later,
the fucking Terminator theme? Let's fucking go. And I see the Terminator 2 T2 in 3D. I see you. Okay.
Josh Cider actually replied to my email. I'm 100% in, but skeptical if this is real. Is there any way we can confirm? Thanks so much. I'm humbled to participate in this project if it's genuine. That's the best impression I can do. So obviously I don't work for the Daily Wire. But a year and a half ago, I made a video called I Tricked the Daily Wire into Hiring a Leftist.
A few hours after my interview, I got an email from the Daily Wire's internal recruiter with some documents they wanted me to sign. One of these documents was an NDA. Ugh, the dreaded NDA.
And I still had that NDA from the Daily Wire. So I sent that to Josh Cider as proof that the Daily Wire was involved in the project. Some people might say that what I just did was unethical or forgery or something. I don't know. I don't know the term.
That's fucking brilliant. That is a next fucking level chess move. Oh man. That kicks. That fucking whips. That's so fucking cool. That's pretty fucking good. Check Grape, I did go see Terminator 3D at Universal Studios. I saw it when I was like 10. I did get to see it.
But these are actually the exact same tactics that the Daily Wire has used to trick the parent of a trans woman into an interview with Matt Walsh.
When I see a child who, believes in Santa Claus, and then let's say this is a boy and he says, I'm a girl. This is someone who can't distinguish between fantasy and reality, so how could you take that as a reality?
I would say that as a pediatrician and as a parent, I would say how wonderful my 4-year-old and their imagination is.
I'm just trying to start by getting to the truth,
Yeah, I mean, I'm really uncomfortable with that language of like getting to the truth. Again, in social life.
Why is that uncomfortable?
Because it sounds actually deeply transphobic to me. And if you keep probing, we're gonna stop the interview.
If I probe about what the truth is?
Right after he signed the NDA, and within the same day of wondering whether my project was genuine, Josh Cider sent me his actual address. Next, I sent Josh all the questions we would be asking him early, so we'd have time to prepare for his big film shoot.
Hey everyone! So I'm back in action today. I have a film crew coming and we're filming for a movie. So super exciting. I can't wait. I think it's gonna be really educational and just really gonna help a lot of people. So any hoosies, bye everyone!
Look, I knew this footage would be cringy, but I wasn't prepared for the absolutely diabolical levels of cringe that this turned into.
Hey everyone!
Chat! This is fucking... Diabolical is the perfect word. I love this. I am... Oh my God. As somebody who certifiably loves little tricks and being devious, this... if I could distill this into an energy source, I could run on it for years. I'm fucking... Oh. Magnifique. Magnifique. Okay.
Come on in.
Also, no, this bitch has done voice training. You can't convince me that she hasn't. Like, you can't convince me she has not voice trained. Like, that's fucking crazy. Okay, continue, girl. Go off.
Hi.
Hi. What's your name?
Well, my dead name is Josh Cider, but my new name is Jay.
Okay.
Oh my... No, straight up, she's voice trained. I was kind of joking a little bit, but that's... That's fucking crazy. That's crazy, girl. Go off. Continue. Continue.
And when did you first know that you were a woman?
Well, I found out at the ripe age of 36, and I consider myself lucky because a lot of us don't find out until we're 50 or 60 years old.
Okay.
No shot. No fucking shot. No shot. That's fucking... That's fucking crazy. That is...
What do you think of the direction masculinity is going in this country?
I think masculinity is getting really toxic. A lot of times guys try to mansplain to me, like if I'm using the women's restroom, and say, no, don't go in there. So I don't like it. It's really aggressive.
And is being transgender a fetish or a costume?
This should be the end of any relevancy, and it probably will be. The end of any relevancy Josh Cider has to like this movement, because it reveals so well, so clearly, how little people on the right wing are actually interested in having any kind of debate or constructive conversation about this, because this is just, it's nothing but like straw man attacks. And he legitimately thought he was going to be in the next Matt Walsh piece, doing this, performatively doing this. Like, effectively engaging in a setup is what he thought he was doing. Like, he thought he would set up to make trans people look as bad and unhinged as possible. That's what he thinks he's doing here. Oh, man, this is fucking crazy.
It's both. I mean, most of us have autogynephilia, and then we're biological males.
Dog, come on. Come on. You can't. Look, honey, hunty. You cannot be throwing those words around, baby girl, when you can't stop putting on dresses. Like, you can't be throwing around words like autogynephilia when you have so publicly ping-ponged between being publicly bisexual, dating trans women, and then now you're going through what seems to be a very real cry for help. And you're like, actually, all trans women have autogynephilia. It's like, nar, baby girl, what are you doing? Mom, please. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, no, all the trans girls being like, oh my god, she bought a dress before I did. Go buy a dress, honey. Buy a dress.
That
like, if you are being outpaced by the transphobe in your transition journey, voice, train, buy, dress.
As women, so it's a costume.
What do you think of other trans influencers?
Well, I really look at it like a sisterhood. We're all on a shared journey as biological men that are cosplaying as women. So I like to say we're twinsies.
It's so, like, did he take writing notes from the Daily Wire? Like, what trans person talks like this? This is literally just what they think trans people think. Oh, man. That's fucking banooners to me. That is banooners.
What bathroom do you use?
I always use the women's restroom, even over the protestations of other women. I just really don't care about what they think.
Okay. And have you ever transed any kids?
I always try to take the opportunity to teach little kids about gender. You got to get them when they're young, because it's a cult.
What?
How do transgenders change the kids?
We like to use schools, so that's why we don't go to old folks' homes or talk to adults.
No, he's deconstructing he gets all of his fucking talking points from Twitter. That's fucking bonkers. Why don't they go to old folks' home? That's a Ben Shapiro thing. I'm pretty sure that was Benny Sheps who was like, hey, do you ever wonder why these drag queen story hours don't happen at old folks' homes? Yeah, Ben, because old people aren't being taught how to read. Story times don't happen at old folks' homes because they can already read the stories. Ben? That's why the drag queens don't go to old folks' homes to read children's storybooks. Because they don't make old person storybooks, Ben. Those are just called books. Continue. Sorry. That's my bad.
We'd like to go into elementary schools and get them when they're like 4 or 5 years old.
Okay, and what hormones are you taking?
Well, I like to follow the science.
Okay. I need, oh my God. I need to know what he thinks hormones do. I need to know. I need to be in his brain space. I need to know what hormones he thinks trans people take. Does he? All right. I'm going to say there's like a 50% chance he knows what Spiro is. Or progesterone. And I need a dose. Girl, what is your E-dose? I need to know. I need to know. Okay, continue.
To a T, no pun intended. And the science says I don't have to take any hormones, get surgery, or even transition.
You little bitch. Girl, you bitch. Come on. Come on. Fucking science says I don't have to take any transition. Come on. Go on. It's also so funny that he dated a trans woman. Like, he dated a woman who's passing, who has had hormone therapy, has, I believe, had surgery, and yet his constant goal to depict trans people as these, like, just, you know, purely buff male creatures is the fucking conservative hyperfixation he's playing into here. Like, you know that's not true. We know you know that's not true. Like, we know you know. For sure.
I keep my women's clothes in my closet, silly. Do you want to see them?
Sure.
Let's go.
Let's check them out.
Just over here. Now, I have to warn you. It's kind of small because my girlfriend relegated all of my stuff to one side of the closet, and they're all her clothes because I didn't have the extra cash for my own. So come on in here. And these are all the clothes I have, and a lot of them are from my Instagram videos where I try to educate people on what it is to be trans. Yeah.
Got any favorites?
Yeah. So, this is one of my favorite shirts.
Okay.
Okay. Let me do some inside baseball for when I didn't act. Like, everybody remembers when I did the CPAC video, I dressed up as a conservative. I cosplayed to Republican for like a week. I put in a fair amount of effort into getting that look as accurate as possible. I thrifted most of the clothes, so it came down to like less than $100 for everything. And that was like 3 fits, or it was 2 pairs of pants, a nice dinner fit, and like 3 shirts, and then I bought one at the con so I could, you know, swap. When I was done, well, it also, you see it in the video because I burn all the clothes at the very end. It was just so cathartic. Oh my God. But when I was done, I did not keep the clothes. And when I was doing the bit that I decided, okay, I'm going to do this as a bit for a limited time to make a specific point, I did not amass far in excess of what I needed. As I would say he has. That's a lot of clothes. And as somebody who has dress shopped, you have to go through and and find stuff that fits you and your body type. which he has done, he spent a lot of time, not just money. He spent a lot of time doing this. Oh my goodness, everybody. We have a pupper. We have a popper. Oh, no more dog. No more dog. Dog goes away. Ah! Oh no. Fuck. Okay, there we go. All right, we're back. This is a level of banooners I was not prepared for. Wug. Wug, 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 chat. Can we get wugs in the chat? Oh, speaking of funny shirts, I got a bunch of shirts I bought today. Oh, dog. All right, give me a second, chat. But I got this shirt today. And this is one that I've been wanting for a while. Or I've been waiting for to come for a while. Wugs in chat. Alexander the Great, thank you. Wug.
Why is it your favorite?
Well, it just really expresses what femininity is all about in 2024, which is to let men take care of women. And
girl, get help. Like, I mean this genuinely. There is a line of committing to the bit. This is so far over. Oh, you can't even see the line anymore.
there's nothing insulting about a man saying that's what femininity's about.
Sure. All right. And where do you keep all your makeup?
My makeup is on the counter. Do you want to see it? Oh my God, there's... Now, I need to warn you about him, Oliver. Now, Ollie has gender dysphoria by proxy. So he has developed gender dysphoria because of my transition.
Oh my
God.
God.
I'm really trying to help him.
Oh my God, the cat has gender dysphoria. I'm gonna fucking... chat.
And so I've adopted gender neutral speech around him. And this is where
Here's the thing. If you made... Okay. If Josh Cider came out tomorrow and was like, actually, the entire thing was a parody of right-wingers parodying trans people, and I'm actually a big trans ally, this would be brilliant. Brilliant. Because the way it plays is like if he is going so far overboard, it plays like a parody of Daily Wire shit. Like, it plays like somebody is like, you know what, I'm going to parody a dumbass, like, Daily Wire, like, Lady Ballers comedy. He's going so far. He's doing too much. Too much, baby.
All the magic happens, and where I get all pretty... So I actually just got these. I really like these. They're my pride earrings because, you know, there's Trans Remembrance Day, and then there's Trans Visibility Day, and then there's Trans Week, and then there's Trans...
I don't know if that's all accurate.
Month, and so I always try to represent.
Okay. And when did you first start doing your makeup?
No, yeah, exactly. Maia Normsba, it's like a joke an ironic trans girl would say. It absolutely is. Like, this feels like irony-pilled trans girl to me. That's what this is giving.
Well, I first started doing makeup at the young age of 36. But
Tara Billie Jean, thank you very much for subscribing for 11 months.
Again, I really feel like I'm lucky because
this is way better lit than Lady Ballers.
They're 57, so I was pretty young when I started doing makeup. I did get my girlfriend this book, A Straight Girl's Guide to Sleeping with Chicks, because
I know, sorry, I keep pausing it because there's so much here, but I know, again, doing the CPAC in-depth reporting, and the CPAC one, and then like the one where I interviewed homophobes in the park. There's a feeling, okay. A lot of people ask, like, oh, or have said and commented on videos where I go undercover, or where I, confront people. They're like, oh gosh, I don't know how you do it. It would be so hard for me to, like, stay calm. And the hard part for me is not staying calm. It's not staying, like, collected and staying undercover and maintaining a facade. All that actually comes fairly easy. The hard part for me is not doing a little, like, victory happy dance when I get something I know is killer footage. Like, something I know is like, that's going in the doc. That's going in the final video. Like 99% of the interviews I did on the show floor, when I was done recording, I went to a corner. I was like, I got all of that, right? I got all of that. I needed to catch every moment of that. That's the hardest part for me. So I can only imagine the difficulty this person had in keeping that under wraps while filming this. I can only imagine.
She keeps arguing with me that she's straight, and me and my therapist tried to explain to her that she is a lesbian now, even if she doesn't know it. So I got her this book so she can come to terms with it. Now, it's gotten us in a lot of fights, but I'm trying to educate her and let her know, hey, stop being a transphobic bigot. So I'm hoping this book will help. So let me show you these book covers I did when I was a man. Big D. It's really been traumatizing for me to look at this cover. So I called the publishers and let them know, hey, look, my manhood doesn't negate my womanhood. And
no trans person, like, yeah, not only is this elaborate, but it's just like, no trans person talks like this. This is what you might think trans people talk like because you live on a diet of like libs of TikTok, but like no trans person. As somebody who I just spent 5 days, but I just spent roughly a week around almost nobody but trans and queer people. Do you know how much we talked about gender? Like the prime demographic of people who are like, who think like this, that all trans people are like, oh my God, I'm just so like, I'm like gender trisexual and my cat is non-binary trigender. And actually, I think all kids should be made to wear pride pins. Like the people who think that our lives are just constantly that. Do you know how much we actually talked about gender? I don't remember a single fucking conversation about gender. I don't remember a single conversation about gender. At all. And memes. We did talk about memes. No, yeah, we talked about video games. We talked about video games a shit ton. We talked about hobbies. We talked about politics. We talked about food. We talked about normal human person shit. Because like for 99% of trans people, myself included, yeah, gender representation, ideas around who you are, how you want to represent yourself, how you see yourself might change over time. But it's very largely a personal journey. And when people are talking about it in a public way, like Dylan Mulvaney might, they are talking about it in the context of it being a private journey, a personal journey. Like, outside of being like, hey, okay, how do you identify? What are your pronouns? Like, when you first meet somebody, you don't really talk. It's not like a conversation piece. Like, it's goofy. It's goofy as fuck. It's goofy as fuck.
Even though I still have my bits and pieces, it's traumatizing for me to look at this book cover. And they've refused to change it. So I am actually suing them for misgendering me on this cover. And then I have another one that I did when I was...
Again, no trans person who lived a out life would do this. They just wouldn't. Like, this isn't something that people do. Like I don't even know where this shit, like, it's just elaborate fantasies, role playing. It's wild.
A man, arrogant Brit, a British bad boy romance. And so I
MDMJT99ALQ, great username. Totally didn't type that out. You guys don't talk about it amongst yourself, but make it your entire personality among other people. Lol, stop the cope. Again, you're illustrating to me how few trans people you fucking know. Like, you're just showing me how few queer people you actually know in real life. Again, I'm speaking from experience as somebody who goes outside, goes to social events fairly frequently. I don't make it my identity. I certainly don't make it my personality. I already have one of those. I don't need to make a personality. No, that might be a foreign concept to you.
let them know, could you call it a bad girl romance now that I'm a woman? And they've been very recalcitrant and they just don't want to change it. So I'm also suing them. And then I have a couple more that I did over here. This is a best-selling book that I was on the cover of when I was a man. I was 26 years old. And as you can see, I was a very attractive man. But
no, yeah, exactly. This guy, James Idolata, does this guy think trans people are only constantly traumatized by everything? Yeah. No, it's the same, just like straw man version of anybody they think is like on the left or a Democrat or a liberal or whatever word they want to fucking use, where they just think that like we live in a constant state of being offended by everything and just like shirking away out of fear, as opposed to like mostly being impervious to offense at this point, because I'm inoculated against it. I deal with it literally all the time, every fucking day. Like, I don't care. It's funny when people try to offend me, because like I don't even get like offended by words or comments or shit anymore. I get offended by ideas. Like, I'm offended by when we were talking about homeless shit earlier. Like, that offends me on a visceral core level. But like somebody calling me a slur in my comments, okay. Ooh. Like, oh, who cares?
But I like to say I was an attractive man, but an even more beautiful and mentally healthy woman. And I think that's pretty obvious.
Nothing says mentally healthy like going through all of this work. I'm glad we watched this. I think I need to change. No. Oh God, I completely... Chat, I forgot there was a racial part. I got so... Chat, I forgot. Oh, wug. Oh boy.
Hell yeah. My name...
Mm-mm. Ah! Okay. Oh. Okay, everybody, hard R warning. I guess people are telling me in the chat that there's a hard R warning. I can't say. I'm not gonna say it. Josh should know they can't say it. He does not. He does not know. Let's fuck it. We ball. Let's fucking go. This is banooners. Jeremy Smith, this isn't actually a Daily Wire video. Somebody this guy he got tricked by somebody who was impersonating the Daily Wire. Because his whole this is his shtick on. The fucking Swisher Sweet is killing me. I've never seen a black, like I'm not saying black people don't smoke Swisher Sweets, but like the thing I conjure to mind with Swishers is it was the like cigarillo of choice for me and my dumbass friends when we turned 18 and we were like, oh, we can smoke. Let's go get some cigarillos. Boo, boo, boo. And it's just like, I can't. Like that's what it, and yeah, like my white ass friends like don't get yeah. That's fucking crazy to me.
Named Javante, bro. Man, hurry up, bro. I ain't got all that time, bro.
Oh, it's a black and mild. Okay.
So, what?
Swishers have that same little plastic bit.
What made you think that you're a black man and not a woman?
Shit, I was watching the news and shit. They said you can change your sex. They said as long as you identify as another sex, it's cool. So I...
Wait. The news? The news? The news? The news. Uh-huh.
Thought,
okay.
Shit, we made up of a bunch of different races. Why can't I just identify as a different race?
That dude trying to be black in the whitest middle class house I've seen. No, it like fucking his entire house looks like it jumped out of a Bed Bath & Beyond catalog. Whose idea was this bit? His. He's done this before on stream.
That makes more sense than changing my sex. And I already changed my sex. So shit, I changed my race too.
Again, this would be if this was a parody of the way right-wingers try and parody shit. Brilliant. Brilliant. Next level shit. It's not remove 2 steps. It's not that smart, but also, yes, people noticing, I can't help but notice he's still colored white. He could go all in for the trans bit, stock his closet full of stuff, but not the racist bit. Interesting. Is he holding a bottle? No. Oh my god.
Say that you're white.
Is that what is that?
Say that I'm white? Bruh, that's racist, man. Anybody that tries to call me white, I automatically tell them they're racist. I ain't trying to hear it. I ain't trying to debate nothing, bruh. Straight racist.
Is being transracial and being...
Okay, what does he have in his hand? Smirnoff. The Smirnoff. Okay. Smirnoff.
Transgender, the same thing?
Bruh, they're the exact same thing. It's easier to change your race, though. It's harder to change your sex. You know?
How? What? It's easier to change your race. Okay.
What I'm saying, when you change your sex, you mutilating your body. I don't got to do none of that. I just tan a little bit.
Okay. Again, if you're gonna come up with this elaborate fucking bit, you can't then undercut your own bit by going on an elaborate tangent about how, like, oh, I'm trans and I'm valid in whatever I want to do and I don't have to get any of this stuff. But then the next character you're doing is saying, well, to be trans, you have to mutilate yourself and do all this because you're, well, which is it? What do you, I know you don't actually believe anything, but like, you have to have some actual through line here. What the fuck are we doing?
Throw on a do-rag and I'm Gucci.
What do you think about the police?
Man, like Ice Cube and...
Oh, I was gonna be like, he didn't even say fuck the police. Okay, is he gonna? I'm shocked he even knew Ice Cube.
Obama said fuck the police.
I'm fucking... I hurt my tummy. Ow. That, honestly... Again... I'm sure he actually believes Obama thinks that... But in a vacuum, just the line, like Ice Cube and Obama said, fuck the police, iconic. That's some funny shit. That's fucking funny. Like Ice Cube and Obama said, fuck the police. Oh my god. I fucking love that. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, it's exactly, it's Puka Sport, it's a Boondocks bit. Like, that's what it fucking is. Like, it needs a cutaway that's just like, and one more thing. Fuck the police. Like, oh my god. The Obama cube. That's fucking crazy. I was not I expected him to just like throw out Ice Cube, NWA. Like, I was surprised he actually knows Ice Cube, but like, that is, oh, I'm a little lightheaded. That's fucking, all right, let's go. Let's go.
I don't like the police. They always trying to keep us down. It ain't our culture. It ain't our family unit. Don't listen to nothing Thomas Sowell is saying. It's all about the police keeping us down, even though they don't keep anybody else down. Just black.
They definitely do. Any like racial coalition, any anti-police activist will tell you off the top of the head, off the dome, how many indigenous Americans per capita, how many Latino Americans per capita are disproportionately abused and killed and taken advantage of by police. Like, that's just straight up not true. That's wild.
People.
Wild.
What is your favorite food?
Man,
he's never gonna light it. Also, the bait of what is your favorite food? He's gonna say it. He's gonna say the thing. But the bait, the trap is set. He's gonna take it. This is okay. Yeah, let's do it.
I eat fried chicken and hot Cheetos breakfast, lunch, and dinner, bruh. Breakfast of champions, bruh. I swear to God. Shit. And I look swole doing it. I benched 327 pounds, bro.
I'm honest to God shocked. Like, fried chicken and hot Cheetos is the worst he did. I'm a little bit shocked. A little bit shocked. That he didn't do anything worse.
Do you like hip hop music?
Hell yeah, I like hip hop a lot, bro. But I do mess with.
Okay, that was a little bit of a. I think that was a Freudian slip. Do you like hip hop music? Hell yeah, I like hip hop. Like the Freudian slip of inserting the word hick while pretending to be a black person. That's on you. That's on you, buddy. I didn't say hick.
But what's that Irish lady's name? Enya. Only time. Who can say whether? Yeah, I like her too, though. But yeah, I like hip hop.
That's such a weird joke.
What do you think about?
Name two artists. Oh God, please. That would have been the next thing. Yo, who's your favorite? Who's your favorite rapper? What? West Coast, East Coast? What's up? What's up? Like, what's your favorite Kendrick album? Like anything. I need a little bit. I need a little bit more. It seems like the dude running this channel is a metalhead. He has that vibe, so I'm not harshing him on that. But like, just a skosh.
White women.
Bruh, for real, dog. Look who you talking to. I used to be a white woman, bruh. Snow bunnies. I used.
Okay, that. The transracial activist saying I used to be a snow bunny when he's referring to him being very silly and talking in a high-pitched tone like 10 minutes ago. It's actually really funny. I'm sorry. I used to be a white woman talking about 3 minutes ago. I think it's the timing of that one. That's actually very funny. That's funny.
To be one, bro. I love white women. I know all about.
Yo, okay, no, people talking about hip hop. I know about hip hop. I was there when Cowboy Troy dropped his first album. Like, I unfortunately know that album very, very well.
Them, bro, because I was one. So yeah, I do. I really like white women. For
That's
real.
great.
I think I
That's
might go
great.
back to being one sometimes. I'd just be sitting there like, dang, for real. I could just go back to being one and then I could have one. You know what I'm saying? Shit. But yeah, I like white women.
And would you have sex with a trans woman?
Bruh! That's nasty, bruh. Everybody knows trans women are just trans-identified men that have gender dysphoria and are mentally ill. I ain't trying to...
He's just reading from the Daily Wire. Huh. Snow Bunny was funny, but I think the bit he didn't expand on it enough. Oh God, that would have been fucking funny. His zipper, what's going on with his zipper? I can't see it. Oh no, his pants are just open. Why? What? Why? Wag. Hey Andy, how you doing? Don't forget, people in chat, please donate at the links. I know my mods have been posting them through. We have some people who can use some money during this time, people who need help, people who have been missing hours at work. And yeah, if we can get some of those links in the chat again, I'd really appreciate it from the mods. Thank y'all.
have all them crazy problems, calling me 500 times, talking about, I woke up with a boner. I woke up with a hard penis. Man, I ain't trying to...
It's just... I woke up with a bone. All these trans women complaining about, I woke up with a boner. I woke up with a hard penis. The thing, so many women on hormones complain about the... it's... He's reverse Clayton Bixby. Oh my God, yeah. Very Tall Bart, hey, thank you for showing up on Twitch. Timu Steven Crowder. Timu Steven Crowder goes crazy. That's true. That's real. Oh, that's a good one.
To date no trans women, they're dudes, bruh.
And since you're a black man now, should you be allowed to say the N-word?
Chat, are we ready? Are we ready? Are we going through this together? I need you to... All right, chat, listen, come here. I need to make sure that you are holding space for me here. I need to know that this is a safe place, that we can all experience this together, that we can move forward in this moment, and that we can realize our truth at this time. Okay. I'm ready. I think it is a shirt. I think it's a shirt. I think his do-rag is a shirt. Okay, let's go. How hard will the R be? I think the first one that we heard in the YouTube clip was not hard, but I have been told that the hards are coming, which is alarming yet unsurprising. Meme Q, cons of being trans, boner. Yeah, so true.
Nigga. Bruh, it's like, check it. It's like a trans woman using a woman's bathroom. As soon as you identify as it, you get to do whatever you want. You get a free pass, bro. You get all the privileges. Hell yeah. So as soon as I said I'm a black man, I started going around like, what's up, nigga? What's up, nigga? And sometimes, if I'm really feeling it, I say it with the ER at the end. What's up, nigga?
Oh! Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh my God. He had no hesitation. Like, not even a little bit. That is alarming, to say the least. MDMJT99AOQ. Who gives a fuck? It's a word. No, you keep saying I've read it. I've read it now 3 times, so you don't need to keep saying it. Go say that around a black person. If you're not black, go say that around a black person. Let me know how it goes for you. Let me know how the rest of that conversation happens. Yo, go say that around the wrong white person if you're a white person. Come say it around me if you're a white person. Okay? We'll have a little conversation about John Brown. You and me. Oh, God. No, he really is... like, it... No, special blanket. I'm not saying actually go say it. I am brown. I've said it before around black friend. They don't care. They probably should. They probably do not understand the connotations it has to their own history. Like, I understand it's super cool and edgy to be like, oh, it's just a word. It can't hurt people. It just shows how ignorant and stupid you are. Like, sorry, words do actually have meaning. They do actually have history to you. Also, they call me a sand N-word. We don't care. Okay, so you should respect yourself more. Like, just respect yourself. Damn, dude. Like, what? Like, what is this fucking class of, like, weirdly coddled people where you're like, yeah, no, slurs aren't any big deal, but trans people, now that's a threat to me in my vicinity. Like nobody cares if you say slurs around your friends. That doesn't make it okay or cool. It makes it fucking sad that you let your friends fucking talk to you like that. It's funny because we don't mean it. Okay. Sure. That's what I think about my friends. When I always treat them like shit, I'm like, you know what? It's funny because I actually like them. It's funny that I treat them like shit and that I disrespect them to their face. It's funny because it's ironic. I'm doing it repeatedly over and over again because it's funny because it's ironic. Like, it's not like a one-off thing. I just do it all the time, and so it's like our only interaction, but it's funny because I don't really mean it. But it's how we relate to each other. But it's funny because I don't really mean it. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Is the guy 12? I am sure. I am sure. All right, let's get back to the real. Oh, is he gonna say it again? Is he gonna say it again? Chat, what do we think? Sneaky Abby, thank you for 100 biddies. I'm a fan of the if you can make it funny, then you can say just about anything philosophy of comedy. Problem is just saying these people are so rarely actually funny. Yeah, like no, I don't think a white person saying it could be funny because the only way that they could say it and try to be funny is by being edgy. Like that's the only purpose saying a slur fills, is to be edgy for them. Now, I have a joke. I've told the joke in chat where the punchline is the F slur, and it's very funny. I can say that. But like, the point of it isn't just to be offensive. There's a greater point to the joke that I'm making. We do not care. This sensitive culture is ruining the planet. Great. Oh, good guess. So close. No, not really. There's a lot of other things ruining the planet. Having empathy and caring about other people and their feelings is like not. Like having respect for other people and cultures is not the thing ruining the planet, actually. But when you get out of second grade, maybe you'll realize that.
They can't say nothing, bruh. I'm black. G, follow the science, bruh. Trust the science on that.
That's great. I trust the science, bro.
Right.
Excuse me. User.0 not found. You know, as a black person, we can tell when friends are joking with it and when people like Josh here are being intentionally malicious. But even with the joking part, the word isn't the joke. Yeah, exactly. Like Chuck Grape, that's a great way to fucking put it. Steve Martin's use of the N-word in the jerk might be a gray area, but none of us are Steve Martin. Exactly. At a certain point, like, if you have a friend that you give the pass to, and it's the same thing with, like, the F-slur pass. You might have a straight friend that you give the F-slur pass to, but if they start to use a little bit too much, if they start getting a little bit too comfortable with it, you gotta, like, okay, let's reel it back a little bit, you know? Tully, thank you for $2. There's a power dynamic, Ari, who can reclaim slurs. Yeah. Why can't we dehumanize people? Stop policing words. Stop policing words. Do you think people are gonna suddenly, like, not care about what words mean? Do you think people are you're just gonna say stop policing words and people are gonna be like, oh, actually, everything means nothing and no words have any value because anybody can say anything because we don't police words anymore? Like, what is the end goal of stop policing words? I gotta know. What is your AWAB? All words are bad.
Man, I'm for real still trying to get over that Kamala Harris loss. And you know what I'm saying? Because like me, she's transracial, bro. She's Indian, but she identifies as African American. So I feel like we have so much in common, bro. So I'm just trying to get over that whole thing. But now that the orange man's president, maybe we get the Cheeto man's president. Maybe we get some free hot Cheetos. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, man, it's all good. But yeah, I got to bounce. G, I got a meeting for the welfare office in about 50.
God damn. See, the one bit, he had one bit that was actually doing okay, and it was the, you like white women. Shit, I used to be a white woman. That's pretty good. That's the issue with modern day culture. They care now more than ever. I don't think people actually care that much, to be honest. I think whoever you listen to, wherever you get your news from, whatever 4chan board or 8kun board or whatever the fuck, you look at and you laugh at with all your friends of, oh, look at how outraged these leftists are. Like, most people actually don't care that much. Sorry. I am not policing. You can say whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, but if everybody says it like you, nobody actually means what they say. Like, do you understand that? The difference between what you say, where you call your friends slurs and they call you slurs, is that your words just don't have meaning at that point. If you say everything ironically, because everything means nothing, because, oh, they're just words, they don't mean anything, why should anybody listen to anything you have to say? If everything you say is just steeped in irony, is just steeped in cynicism and how you can offend other people and whatever you think is funny, and there's no gravity or weight or heft to how you choose your words, why would anybody fucking listen to you? They wouldn't. They won't. Sorry.
Minutes. All right, bro, bet. Shit. Bitch ass niggas. All up in my motherfucking crib and shit.
Well, that was cringe. The day after the shoot,
oh, did he literally just leave? Can I tag Matt Walsh also? Oh, he wants to tag Matt Walsh so bad. Oh, he wants it so bad. I love that. Can I tag Matt Walsh also? He's like, can I tag Matt Walsh? Got her slap. Dee Dee, how do you drop so many truth bombs per stream? I've been saving up for like a week. I told you. I've been just sitting, vibing with puppy girls for like a week, playing Marvel Rivals and just having thoughts on happenings. So this is what happens when it all builds up.
texted Josh a short promo with the Daily Wire's graphics on it so that he could post it on his Twitter and Instagram, which he did. But
I missed this. I missed that. Was it an hour later?
An hour later, he removed it.
Incredible. There goes my hero. Fucking, let's fucking go. That's so fucking good. I love it. Oh, I crave this chaos. Oh my God. Hey, yo? Hey, yo?
This is where everything started to take a really strange turn. He started rapidly tweeting and then deleting posts about getting pranked, seemingly getting his story straight in real time. At first, he only mentioned me as some weirdo. But then when the posts weren't getting as much traction, he had to edit it to be some trans activists. Then he started posting about how the Daily Wire were involved and were gonna take legal action against me. Which, by the way, they could have done that last time too, but you know why they didn't, Josh? Because we live in America. Everything that I did was perfectly legal. It's not against the law to prank you for a YouTube video, you absolute snowflake.
Good night, Danger Days.
But eventually, Josh Cider...
Oh, no! Oh... No... Oh... Fuck... The real problem with Josh Cider, the real problem with this is that he has gone too fucking far. He's gone too far. Like, he has hopped from one controversy to the other. He went, like, this is the Icarus of the conservative establishment right now. In seeking, greedily seeking, actually working with, like, the Daily Wire. Probably hoping to get a gig there. He has flown far too close to the sun. Melting his little brown shoe polish wax wings. And now, not even Ben Shapiro, not even Matt Walsh would work with this. I can almost guarantee it. Like, it's too much. It's too much. He went too far. Jumped the fucking, like, he jumped the fucking shark with another shark. Like, it's too much. It's too much. Like, it is. He is unemployable. It is. You can't do that. You're a Z-list former reality show contestant. You have to find a better lane than blackface. Whew. That's... You can't do it. You can't do it. That, damn, god damn. Okay.
Realized that the Daily Wire wasn't just going to bust my door down and sue my ass for millions of dollars. Even self-proclaimed God King and Emperor of the Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, chimed in to say thoughts and prayers to Josh Cider for getting pranked and crying about it. But Josh Cider had one final ace up his sleeve. He had to be the victim. He had to prove to everyone that he, Josh Cider, is a victim. So he doctored up a text conversation between us to make it look like I threatened him.
No! Oh my god! You really are an idiot. I can't believe you really thought you were going to be in a Daily Wire movie. Maybe I'll send 2 more people back to your house to gut you like the pig you are? This is... Like, I mean, honestly, this is on par with faking a death. Because, and like everything else he's done, it's too much. You're doing too much. You have to do less. Rein it back. You fucking drama kid, bitch. You're... Have a little bit of restraint. It goes a long way. Like... Okay.
Lol. You really are an idiot. I can't believe you thought you were going to be in a Daily Wire movie. Maybe I'll send 2 more people back to your house to gut you like the pig that you are. Doing that, to me at least, was incredibly stupid. Because, like, Josh, what do you expect me to do now other than screen record our actual text messages to show everyone that you were being a liar? But everyone already knew that Josh Cider was a liar, so that's not like a groundbreaking discovery or anything. I mean, we're talking about a guy who faked his own death here. He doesn't care about being called a liar or having people flood his mentions because Josh Cider loves that kind of attention. He's a rage baiter through and through.
My outrageous videos were indistinguishable from people who genuinely think they're trans women is an indictment.
No, they're not. They're super not. They're really, 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 really not. Oh my God. Who would even want to be in a Daily Wire movie? People who literally have no other talent. That's rugged.
On how ridiculous and absurd it is. And so I just think that's a sad fact. We need to start dealing in reality, and the reality is men don't magically become women because they want to.
Once Donald Trump takes office in January, he'll pass different laws and executive orders targeting trans folks that will be a looming threat on their daily lives. It feels like this culture war stuff has been a hot button issue for a long time now. But just like actual war, culture war never changes. Rage bait meant to trigger you into a response is powerless if you don't respond to it. And of course there's always gonna be blue checks in the replies and
fucking what? Maya Poet, the 11 types of transsexuals and low IQ behavior? I kind of need to see that. The 11 kinds of transsexuals and low IQ behavior is wild.
People in their echo chambers. But it's our job not to rage at that, but to dissect it and see it for what it truly is. A circle jerk. And circle jerkers will never stop gooning. That's just their nature. Asking a circle jerker to stop jerking is like asking a bird to stop flying, a fish to stop swimming, or RFK to stop talking like that. It's just impossible, and it's not worth your time.
Oh, that's a good one. Fuck, that's a good one. Really quick, I do want to show everybody the best version of the Terminator theme. For anybody who doesn't know, Terminator Resistance, banger fucking game. But y'all need to, while we're talking about goodness, I'll play this. This is that good. This is an original version of the theme just for this game. Oh, this game's so fun. I love Terminator Resistance so fucking much. Oh no, I cannot show my homepage. Oh, this fucking game is so good. I have my other stupid music it plays on there. It was a really small studio. It is a really small studio. YouTube is not going to like this. YouTube will probably be fine with this version of it. Play some of the fucking oh god damn, I need to play more. I've played so much of it, but not Terminator. Transformers Devastation. Transformers Devastation has the fucking okay. I'm not all right. Chat. Listen, I'm not going to go down an entire rabbit hole. I do not have time to go through the whole Muppet Monster Adventure, Muppet Race Mania soundtrack debacle today. But I will. Play for y'all one of the best, most banging OSTs that you probably didn't know about. I need to let me see if I can find a clip of the final battle, because here it is. The boss fight to this music, by the way, is Optimus Prime and Megatron fighting in space. And let me go. All right, I'll show some of it, but let's get to the kick-ass part of the song. All right, so let's watch a little bit of the gameplay. Because the fucking... Oh, God, it's such a gorgeous game. It's so good. Oh. Like, this shit is happening as you're fucking doing it. No, you can't fucking... Alright, no, I want to see the actual boss fight. There we go. Fucking fighting with the moon in the background? Get the fuck out of here.
Center of my universe. How is it not the heart of yours? Cybertron is about all life. Destruction. To keep Cybertron on life support. There must be another way. Flesh isn't life. See those shadows and view. This is where life comes from. You're defending my planet at best. I will restore Cybertron and retake the galaxy. That ambition will be your end. Behold, Optimus. A new Cybertron is being born. No, you are only destroying the Earth, not creating.
God damn, they cooked so fucking hard. Oh. So fucking hard. All right, I want to find that. How do you find somebody's spaces? Like, I can go back and look at spaces, right? No, it doesn't look like it. Oh, Ace, if you haven't played, Transformers Devastation is peak. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's fucking peak. It is Transformers Bayonetta. He just turned into a truck in space and drove into a guy that's a gun. Yes. Yes. It is, with the exception of the Cybertron games, it is the best Transformers game out there. Like, it plays buttery smooth. It is chock full of love. It's not super long. It is unfortunately delisted, so you can only play it physically. But, oh man, what a game. What a game. The first game I ever got a review code for, back when I was writing professionally. Fond memories. Good time. Yeah, so is there any way to highlights? No, I don't. I wanted to see that 11 fucking, what was she talking about? 11 different trans types or whatever. Trying to, like, phrenology categorized, like Pokemon. Oh, that'd be so funny. Do sex changes make the world better? Oh, man. Oh. The trans genie. Oh, she's live right now. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, chat. What have I got to lose except for my sanity? Taco Face Fight, thank you for $2. Sub hot stuff. Nah, listen anonymously. Nah. Fuck a double entendre. I want y'all to feel this shit. Am I in?
You're saying that archetype is responsible for a lot of the abuse that goes on. That's interesting.
Yes.
Interesting.
Because up until 10 years ago or so, the AGPs weren't getting the estrogen because they would walk into the clinic and they'd say, I'm a tranny, while they're wearing men's clothes and dating women and, I don't know, having some man life. And it was just very like a woman trapped in a man's body kind of thing.
Would you be supportive of all of them being like Jeffree Star?
What?
Jeffree Star.
Empire, but like
Jeffree Star's not an AGP though. He could be like Jeffree Star's just what we used to call gender non-conforming, which is now in replaced with non-binary.
Chat.
Now
Do I request to speak? Do I request to speak?
Non-binary is just for, no offense, Maya, but like chubby white girls with their, identity crisis.
Maya just got us
with
straight
bow
there, huh?
ties.
Shit.
Non-binary is just, I'm just for chubby white girls with an identity crisis. Don't need to call out my type like that.
So, Zergot, I just want to understand.
I didn't know both like crises were synonymous with identity crisis.
A woman is talking. Please do undo.
I'll let Anna talk.
A woman is talking.
No, this is the Titanic.
Why wasn't for straight people gay?
Why would I want to do that? I really don't.
Why are you doing a reverse? It's a reverse conversion therapy.
I really don't want to do that. I think that heterocracy is kind of base, and I think gays are better off being a minority in society than devolving.
Heterocracy is kind of based. How do I mute these fucks?
Yeah, I really don't
want
to term straight people gay. First timers like that will get me off, but no, I don't want everyone to be.
Well, in a sense, that's kind of what you were advocating for, because to say
I
that
was
someone
not-
has to be like same-sex attracted. I mean, even if I transition, I mean, I'm not sure that a straight dude's still gonna want me to shove my dick down his throat. Like most straight men don't want that.
What?
So if anything, I'll still have a hard time trying to get after that target demo. of
These are
men.
the fucking people
Like,
railing
go
against trans
the main
people, by the way.
demand,
I'm gonna mute him for a
dating
second.
men
I'm
who
still
like-
gonna hear him on my end, but you're not. These people have no fucking idea what trans people actually go through. They have no fucking idea what queer people go through. They are so detached from any kind of queer community, any kind of wider impact of queerness. And yet they base so much of their identity around fighting against that. Feminized by his wife? Oh, sorry.
Had their hand up for a while, and that's an amazing name. So I think we should go to them, and then David, and then Anna, you were being requested to speak, dear.
So to Maia's story about the nurse in the hospital, and they want to go to the most invasive approach. Yeah, it's shocking.
Fuck.
But medicine
The
in
onion
general,
was blocked. Hello, dog. Hello,
there is so much malpractice. Like I'm in.
Is someone talking?
Yes. Can anyone hear me?
Someone's talking.
I'm a mechanic. If I had a malpractice rate common in the medical industry, I'd have my ass out, fired. Now, there's a firm-only model going on here. It's like, you're depressed, you need a sex change. Round these people up, charge them for criminal negligence, causing bodily harm and death.
You're depressed, you need a sex
Wipe
change.
out the baloney sphere. It's like
The
somebody
baloney
saying,
sphere?
we gotta let the do it here, or they'll go.
The baloney sphere is wild. The baloney sphere sounds like a fucking like. Oh my god. The baloney sphere sounds like a fucking Ohio tourist trap. Like, come see the baloney sphere, the largest sphere of baloney in the world. It sounds like a cursed recipe from the 1950s. Hey.
Some WPATH, the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. It's a self-styled medical college that is supposed to govern or regulate transgender health. They've been busted. I'll put a couple things in the purple pill. The WPATH files.
That's a terrible acronym, but it's very clever at the same time. Women Path.
Yeah, these people that it was formerly the John Ludwig something society or whatever, but they created this thing, a pseudoscientific panel to make up the standards of care.
I don't even know what I would want to say.
And it's shocking.
Like I could I could request to speak, but I don't have a
They're laughing. Oh yeah, there's not
a
going to
point
be
to make
gays
outside of these
soon,
people
and
have
they
no
know they're
fucking
not
idea
getting
what
proper
trans
informed
people go
consent,
through.
And it's like these people. It's totally experimental.
Yeah. Are you gay?
I am.
Are you? Okay, thank God. I was like, well, how does a straight mechanic know about trannies? Like, that's just,
Jesus.
things gone too far.
Works with them all day.
Okay, at least you're gay. That's.
Am I
to know.
gay? I'm not
Matthew
gay.
19.
You're not. How the F does a straight mechanic know about? Oh my God, what is?
Well,
what's happening?
it's gender ideology has gotten.
How does a straight mechanic know about trannies? Probably because he works on them in cars, dipshit.
So.
No, gender ideology has become a monster that needs pain. There's no science behind it. This whole
There's no science?
transgender.
I didn't realize the mic was on.
It's bullshit.
I'm so glad. I'm
it's hard
so
to be
glad we have the
oblivious of
best
what's going
minds
on
on
in
this
society with all the tranny and the
mechanics.
the pedophile flag. Like, I have gay friends, okay, a good gay friend of mine, my gay friends are the most vehemently opposed to trans, queer, fascists, murderers, child genital mutilators.
That's
Yeah,
what
just we're going to expel the religion of gender ideology, queer theory from public life. It's going to be banished. There's going to be criminal charges. Okay.
That's quite the hot take.
So many guys who could have been on my grinder, but instead they had a transition and are no longer on grinder.
Hey, I agree with
the
that.
problem.
Can I throw some in on that one?
There's that many people on. Wait, you? Cause I'm a tranny, but I'm on Grindr because that's where men who like trannies go, and like the amount of like T for T's, like AGPs messaging me, being like hi, and like they're always wearing fishnets. I'm not even lying, and like, but I'll also get like sissy, like guys that are very clearly in like the sissy hypnoporn stage of, the pipeline. But like I didn't know that they would be messaging like gay men like you. That's
Yeah. It's there's no boundaries of some people, and I put them in the same camp as old, ugly people who probably don't speak English.
Yeah, I got banned on Grindr for like calling them AGPs, so I had to make a new one. And now I just block them immediately.
In my defense, fishnets were the only thing I could find at the time. And to tag in on that point.
Maybe that's why mechanics are
What is
getting
fucking happening?
The tradesmen love trannies, let me tell you.
Every new sense is a new nightmare.
Reason and businessmen.
Transmissions are a specialty that some mechanics do. I've done a few transmissions.
I effing die whenever I hear someone call a transmission a tranny. Like sometimes I'll like, excuse me?
It's immediately funny as well.
Yeah, you are way too fucking. For somebody who unironically uses AGP, like you fucking use that word way too loosely, honey.
Somewhat true, right?
Honestly, it's probably like majority of them.
No, it's the overwhelming majority. The overwhelming majority of people who are medically transitioning are AGPs. Like I would say like 85%.
I guess the question kind of becomes like, because a lot of gays kind of I guess just kind of a saying in the gay community, or at least a saying I say, you either live long enough to, you either die a top or live long enough to be a bottom. And I do think that a lot of gays, not saying they ultimately feminize, but eventually the gays start to become more focused on their whole, and they kind of just they go down the rabbit hole. I'm kind of curious about the statistic of what percentage of gays that do become trans, or at least gays who've been gay for a long time.
Well, now
like the statistic is.
Excuse me, dear. Well, now there's
God, she's such a
lot of
cunt.
gays.
So literally every time they're like, oh yeah, well obviously all the transes are bottoms. Oh yeah, obviously all non-binary people are just ugly white girls with personality issues. Like, here I am, honeys. I'm right here. I'm in your walls, bitch. I'm none of the things that you are saying people are. Like, oh my God.
If we were to get rid of RuPaul, that the whole trans thing would just go away.
What? We're gonna get rid of
RuPaul is
RuPaul?
like the Regina George of gender ideology, and like the straight women who are obsessed with Drag Race are the army of skanks.
I fucking love wearing pink on Wednesdays.
I'm gonna chat.
Okay, I'm not
You have to wear pink per the Mean Girls.
No, Mean Boys at this point.
What are they talking about? What the point here.
Yeah, I think we should just sacrifice RuPaul for the greater good.
He's immortal, unfortunately. Should David go?
Sure, yeah, thanks. So, I wanted to give y'all some perspective on other medical treatments. Okay, so let's just use drugs or pharmaceuticals. All right.
My favorite.
So, what? Hold on, let me finish. Yeah, go ahead and mute. So, all right, so historically, if we look at the FDA, we look at a lot of like prescription medications, right? There's a list. I'm actually looking at it right now, like on Wikipedia. So that there's like hundreds of drugs that were prescription for years, and because there was like a 95% efficacy rate or safety rate instead of like a 99% efficacy rate, they got like pulled from the market as being like unsafe. And so, I'm by the way, I'm kind of a fan of that. I mean, I want like for medication, I want treatment to be as safe as possible. I want shit in like the 90s, and I don't want it to be lower than that unless it's things like experimental cancer treatment where people are going to die anyways. That's a different story. But what I'm pointing out here is that we have a clear history where doctors will not or the FDA will pull stuff from the market, or doctors will be told to stop prescribing stuff that is considered even a little unsafe. And I'll give you a personal example. I get kidney stones, and like I used to go to the ER. I'm going to go to the ER a lot, right? And so I used to get something called Dilaudid. And many years ago, before that, I got morphine, right? And I also get Toradol. And the last couple times, I started going to the ER, they're like, yeah, we don't really do Dilaudid anymore because like, there's like a, really low, there's a statistical risk of, some things. And so morphine is just slightly safer. But it's that small of a difference to where they're like, you know what, we're not going to take a chance. We don't, we're just not going to do Dilaudid anymore because like we want, because morphine exists, because there's other drugs, and because they're very risk averse. And so what I don't understand is when you look at these list of medications and treatments that have been banned by the FDA, or the medical boards have said, yeah, we're going to stop doing this because of safety, and if that rate, efficacy rate, needs to be like 90% or so, how the fuck are we having gender affirming surgery happen, and why hasn't it been banned? Because the fact that we have like a handful of detransitioners, if you were to make an analogy and make that comparison with another type of medical treatment, they would say, what, this is not safe because there's so many people that end up having bad outcomes. So why is like WPATH getting like a free pass to say, what, we have maybe what 50% efficacy rate, but we're still okay. So if there was a group of people, like hundreds or I guess thousands, I consider there to be at least 1,000 detransitioners. I mean, that's just in one Discord group, okay? So let's say there's at least 1,000 detransitioners. If you had 1,000 people that took like a prescription medication or had a
no, he's just bro is just fucking yapping. Get to the
and
fucking
the outcome,
point.
Was bad.
And like this is
in
just
any other,
repeating the
medicine,
same bullshit we
they would
fucking
stop
heard
doing it.
everywhere else.
They would immediately stop and they say, hey, we need to have another trial. We need to like make sure this is safe, and we need to possibly stop doing this treatment because the efficacy rate's so low. So yeah, why is WPATH,
Good night,
why is
Mothman.
gender
Good
affirming
night,
care,
Misanthropic.
things that cause permanently, that obviously cause
No, I know what he's trying to say. It's bullshit and dumb
How
and
are
wrong.
they getting a pass? And to give you another specific example before I yield here, so there's a lot of I'm an older man, and so like I'm almost 50, and so there's all sorts of drugs that like I'm either told I should not take, or I'm not allowed to be prescribed because there's a risk of stroke, right? So they say we're going to ban that, we're not going to prescribe it, or we're going to say hey, you're a man, you're too old, and it's not safe for us to give this to you, because there's like a 1 or 2% rate of risk with this. So why can I be limited? And yeah, here's a good example. I get
God damn! Somebody stop him! Holy fuck!
I don't know, a huge percentage of older men, in their 50s, get supplemental testosterone because it's just a thing, right? And I'm not trying to, I only want to have a healthy testosterone level. I'm not looking to have to be jacked. So what? And the thing is, to get that health. Hold on, let me land. To get that healthy testosterone level, I have to have like a prescription. I have to get blood tests every 6 months, and it's very hard. It's very hard to get it. Like, you really have to have proof that you need it. So why the fuck am I in that situation where it's difficult to get testosterone? Yet someone can walk into Planned Parenthood and say, what, I'm trans, and just suddenly get it. It's totally hypocritical. Want to know what y'all think?
Oh my god, that was the fucking point. That was the play. That was where you got to on that. Oh my god.
There's plenty of risky surgeries that you can definitely get. Maybe they're not as elective, but there's definitely risky surgeries: brain surgery, heart surgery.
All of that for that was
transplant, which I guess could be to some extent elective.
Holy shit! Thank you very much, Jake, for rating with a party of 165. Thank you all so much. We are... How did we fucking find ourselves here? We are in a nightmare zone. Yeah, we're in a just hellish, awful, evil zone right now. Where I need to take that off my head. We're in an awful nightmare zone where we have followed Maia Poet. I don't even know how we got here, and we are somehow eavesdropping in on a Twitter Spaces of people debating the merits of trans people's existence and talking about what legislation should be passed against us and doing all sorts of stuff, while saying a ton of stuff and knowing absolutely nothing. It's been a wild one, chat. It's been a wild one. Thank you so much, Jake, for bringing people in here. For those who don't know, I am Dead Domain. I'm a leftist streamer, documentarian, YouTuber, all the things. And yeah, I've been working on a documentary where I interviewed Robert Evans and 5 former white supremacists on how they left hate movements. That's my current project I'm working on. In the past, I've infiltrated hate churches, including the NIFB church. I helped Steven Anderson, the NIFB hate church. I helped his kids come forward with their stories of abuse against him and his wife, and probably also best known for dunking the fuck on Synthetic Man with a piece looking at what a dumbass he is, and also going undercover to CPAC as a conservative. So that's me, and thank you all for joining and following. I appreciate it. So you know how much goddamn paperwork? Your hair is awesome. OMG. Thank you. Yeah, Steven. Jackson Linebags. Yeah, Steven Anderson, the Christian. The very same. The one and the same. Oh, and yeah, I should probably preface that I went undercover to an NIFB hate church as a relatively straight person. Oh my god. Let's go. Singing Reaper, your dancing goat emote was my most used this year in the recap. Oh, I love my little lamb chop. Hello, dog. Hello. My dog is here. That's for you. Oh yeah, no, Jackson Lombax. I did 3 interviews with 3 of his oldest kids, one of whom was his daughter Miriam, who is still, I believe, on the run and still, I believe, safe from Stephen. But yeah, it's that is a scary fucking situation. Lunar Nocturne. Oh yeah, no, I remember Lunar Nocturne. Hell yeah. Yeah, Jeremy Hall. I think I'm done doing undercover work for a little bit, just because I think, like, I just hit 10 million views across all my videos, and the CPAC ones and the I would need to undergo a pretty drastic transformation, or like have a makeup crew or something to do like a full like undercover thing, but that's probably not going to happen. Yeah, all right, let me see what dumb shit is being said here. Okay, here we go.
Aren't a lot like people get vasectomies, but
people
like,
will
people
break their
are like
legs
that.
just to be taller. So, that's like, I would argue that's
if they're like adults, like they should just be able to just get it at that point, because they're just going to travel to get somewhere else.
I know a couple people who broke their
Although
legs.
if they travel somewhere else, then at the very least you're putting an extra roadblock in the way to make it even more difficult for them to do it, which I do think there's a benefit in. But the difference between
Maya
like
speaks
those other
finally.
surgeries and gender medicine is that gender medicine has like what happened to my co-hosts? Where did they go?
I can be co-host, Maya.
This is a risk. Whatever, I'll do it.
Yes.
Where did they go? Holy shit. Everybody just left. Oh man.
Vasectomies are quite safe, though. Let's face it. That's a quite well-established procedure.
And these doctors aren't telling their patients that the vasectomy reifies some kind of false metaphysical identity claim, and they're also not telling their patients that if you get a vasectomy, it'll prevent your suicide.
Maya poem. Okay.
So, like, the thing is, I think this field, gender medicine, I think it's like it's like just like surrogacy and like abortion. All of these industries are baseline unethical, but because people will do them, we have to figure out like how do we minimize
reading
the
that
harm
she
to
never
the individual
actually
from like a medical ethics standpoint, and the damage done to society, and the way I see that best being mitigated, since of course
Jasip Proxy,
there will
thank
always
you
be
very
a micro
much.
minority of men who do want these procedures and will go to basically every possible length in order to get them. Like, right now, any of these men who have like AGP, who don't have it as strong as the men who would have, traditionally transitioned, those men are also now being transitioned. So that just creates more and more like harm to the individual and to all of society.
What are you talking
And so
about?
I think that like if we make it harder to access, we make it so that these patients have to pay themselves for these procedures, just like they had to in the olden days. Like there shouldn't be any sex change markers.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you?
I think that
Zergstar, can you please mute yourself when you're not speaking, because there's
I'm
an echo.
sorry.
Yeah. The point I'm just trying to make is that like there are ways to mitigate some of these ethical concerns, but the biggest one I would say is that if we're doing this to any patient of any age, doctors certainly should not be telling the patients a bunch of lies about what they're undergoing. Like, you may have a lot of problems with Buck Angel, but like Buck at least was told when she was transitioning,
Jesus
30
Christ,
odd years
fuck,
ago,
God.
that she's a guinea pig, that they didn't know what happened to her. They didn't know what would happen to her, and so she made that decision as a 32-year-old who knew that this was a massive crapshoot, and nobody whatever crazy ass shit would happen to her. She joked in one of her shows about like, if I were to grow like a third arm, like that was on me,
Like you
Which
really
in my
look at
mind
Buck
is pretty
Angel and you're
unethical way
like,
to do medicine, but it's
yeah.
a medical experiment, and at least these people knew they were being experimented on. The problem
I'm
is
not
though,
speaking.
like,
Okay.
well, there are many problems, and one of the biggest is just perhaps that that these patients are being fundamentally lied to about the nature of their condition. They're getting body parts removed, and endocrine system is disrupted, and they don't have a clue as to why they have sex distress. They don't know why. And
Sex
we know
distress?
that there are
What is
reasons
sex
why people
distress?
develop sex distress. Like the wrong body theory is just some pseudoscientific nonsense. And so if these patients don't know why it is that they want to do something this drastic to themselves, and then they do something that drastic to themselves, that in my mind is also extremely baseline unethical. So these patients need to be given an accurate, like, you know, Jordan Peterson was saying something
Oh
like,
my God.
with regular
How do you
therapy
fucking-
sessions, true informed consent of an adult would take like at least 6 to 9 months to gain. And so like
Jordan Peterson
there has
says.
to be, we have to return to reality. We have to make it so that there are no incentives for people to transition, understanding that when there are no incentives, there will still be a micro minority of men who will want to do it, but we need to disincentivize it by not changing sex markers, by not giving them access to you know, women's spaces, and ultimately we need to do that. We need to make them pay out of pocket for these interventions. They too need to be fully informed. Any comorbidities you know, need to be under control, because now we have this new cohort of like autistic teenage boys and like autistic young men.
All right,
who,
chat.
you
I
know,
requested.
In the past, a lot of them maybe only at like in the middle age would transition, but now that they're like exposed to pornography, they're developing AGP at very young ages, and they're like more autistic than they used to be before. Like you used to have like high functioning computer nerds who would transition, who were very like, you know, high power. But you have now a lot of boys and like autistic young men who are like, you know, level 2 instead of level 1 autism. Like they're lower functioning than before, and it's like hard for them to socialize, and they're just significantly more vulnerable, both by their age and because of, you know, the I guess the severity of their autism. And so like it's, you know, under those circumstances, how could even somebody with very strong autogynephilia who isn't incentivized by
What
like
is
a sex
that?
marker change even give consent? Like if we think that, like, because some people think that it's best to only transition AGPs because they would have like the lowest likelihood of regret. But then of course there are others who say, no, you should only transition the gays because they don't cause a social disturbance. And it's like, well, the reality is that there are always going to be some micro minority of men who are hell-bent on doing this. Most of them will probably be AGP. But nonetheless, like, we have to return to reality here, and we have to make these treatments as unpopular as possible, and we need to ensure that the patients understand just how brutal these interventions are. Like, every possible incentive, we need to take it out, and that alone, I believe, will really stem this social contagion.
They did it. Why is it not?
That's the only reason why kids are socially
They moved me up to
transitioned.
speaker chat.
So if puberty
Okay.
blockers weren't allowed, there wouldn't be any parents, like this next generation of parents who have gender nonconforming children. Like, it's going to be out of the question to raise their kid as the opposite sex, because puberty will tell the true story. So in the same way as you do that with kids, I think with adults, if you disincentivize it, you don't change legal sex marker, then these men know that if they really feminize themselves and they go somewhere, maybe they travel abroad, or, you know, just driver's license or whatever, that it'll still say male on their license. And that alone, you know, the discordance between the appearance of the individual and their biological sex on their ID may also like disincentivize more men from transition on that basis alone. So yeah, that's kind of my take. David, or yeah, whoever.
Oh, I'm sorry. But like, isn't an issue with to go back to like the country banning it sort of point, if you're like banning it from like this country, right, until like let's say 26, then a lot of those other sort of factors of the like people sort of thinking they're trans for like not very, like, basically because they have like a fetish. There are like a lot of people that genuinely have gender dysphoria, and it's like when it would be much easier to screen that sort of process out if it was done on like the state level. It's just like you're sort of blocking it arbitrarily for the people who would need it more in that case, I would say. Because I would say they have more of a valid reason, because it's like they actually have like a mental illness instead of it being like a fetish. It's like doctors should know about that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's a misconception that AGPs don't have gender dysphoria. Like, AGPs do have gender dysphoria. The first males who were transitioned, the first one being Lily Elby in 1931 in Germany, and then you had like Christine Jorgensen, who was the major one who really kicked off the first massive wave of male transitioners when his story was published and it went viral in like 1951. These males were both AGPs, so the first males who were seeking out these treatments were actually autogynephilic, and they do have significant sex distress because the object of their attraction, like what they're attracted to, is the idea of becoming a woman. And if they have this condition very strongly, then they're attracted to something that they can never actually become. And so
Christine Jorgensen had a husband. I don't think she was AGP.
Christine Jorgensen was bisexual, had experimented with both, which is a giveaway of AGP.
What?
But like, yeah, I mean, a lot of men, like in the 1950s era, they wouldn't be transitioned if they were into women. Whereas with the first sex change experiment in Magnus Hirschfeld's institute in Germany, they would, because they called both homosexuality and like, well, what we now call AGP, they called all of it sexual inversion. And so they would just transition what they would call sexual inverts, which would be both the AGPs and the homosexuals. And actually, fun fact, homosexuals used to be called sexual inverts before they were homosexuals, and then they were called homosexuals, and then the word heterosexuality was invented. And so yeah, interesting history there. But yeah, like AGPs have always been like the most, I guess, the largest driving cohort of transitions in the Western world.
Gotta follow the M way with empath. Maia's
do I unmute myself, or how does this work?
Why me? I'm 25. I'm some random 25-year-old on the internet.
Yeah, no
I'm not
shit.
qualified to do jack shit. I speak 4 languages, but that's about it.
Well, that's enough to convince all the boomers of weird kids to message you, asking for your guidance and solace in the face of inevitable persecution.
Kind of giving up the
You're
game
also
there.
incredibly good at talking.
Oh, thank you. Oh, sorry. Yes, Maya is great at talking.
I mean, you're decent, but
Thanks. It's the 4 languages.
I only have 1.
Hey, Maya.
Hey, the domain.
Hello.
Well, what's up?
I just have a question for Maya, actually.
Yeah, wait a second. Ooh, the space is really, holy shit, what the hell? Wait a second. Really big glitch. Okay. Oh, that solved it. Damn it. How do I get the soundboard to go away?
You don't.
Oh, no, I just got it to go away. Yeah, sorry, you can ask your question.
I was just curious, because your profile says you're a detransitioner. I was curious about how much transition therapy or treatment you went through.
So, okay. So, my story is basically this. I started identifying as trans when I was 12 in 2012. So, and yeah, so I'm Gen Z, 99 baby here. So I got into it pretty early. My parents didn't affirm. I was like, they took my iPad away. They put like some spyware on there, made the iPad unusable. And I decided to just keep going deeper and deeper into the trans rabbit hole, but I would just read printed content from like the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, just obsessing, fixating. My parents were like, "You're not gonna do this," and I was like, "No, I'm gonna do this." I was gay. Didn't really realize that I was having crushes on girls. Like, I thought I just like was getting the flu every time I was around a girl, like the rapid heart rate and the dizziness and the general flusteredness. Yeah, I didn't know what a crush was. Like, I thought that crush was orange soda. I was a very literal child. So I didn't know what was actually going on with me. And the more my parents were like, oh, you're absolutely not going to do this, the more I was like, no, I absolutely am. Then they sent me to study abroad in a non-Western country. As you can hear, I speak 4 languages. So I've lived a bit of a life, and I ended up in Israel. And I basically, so I socially transitioned. I was binding my breasts for many years, and just living like undercover, basically, as a man, both in Israel and in the Palestinian territories. It was very easy to do because they don't know what a butch lesbian is. So it was really good. And then I had some like therapy along the way, but my parents were like, you're not going to do this until you're 25 and like financially independent and all that jazz. And so they sent me to the Middle East hoping that I wouldn't transition, but I just used it as an opportunity to live my life as a man. And then I ruined my breasts in the process, ribs, all that jazz. Thankfully, I didn't go any further. I mean, I did take a few sachets of my friend's testosterone that she just gave me, but like I don't think it did anything to me. But the breast binding really did a number. And they say that if you like do it safely, that you're totally fine. You say, oh, do it like 8 hours a day, you're totally fine. But what they don't account for is that you do it for years and years and years and years. And like when you're living that kind of a double life in the Middle East, especially, like I was an Israeli-Palestinian peace activist. I would have to sleep in these like Bedouin villages where everybody thought that I was a man. So I had to sleep in the damn binder to not blow my cover. Like I had spun this entire web, and it was impossible to get out of. But like I did like it, I enjoyed it, right? But like it's because I thought that I thought that I had to do it because I got this idea in my head when I was 12 that because I'm very masculine in my sensibilities and in my appearance, that it meant that I had some kind of mystical gendered soul inside of my body that rendered my body pathological. So because I latched onto this dumb idea when I was 12, it was very hard for life to disprove my fallacious thinking. Until I lived through multiple wars. Really, October 7th was the one that pulled the trigger there, because I just woke up to a siren at 8 in the morning, and I didn't have time to put on my breast binder. I just had to run to a bomb shelter. I just had to layer up a bunch of shirts, and I just had to run for my life. And when you're sweaty and nervous, you can't really put that binder on. So I just ended up, running from the apartment to the bomb shelter and hearing sirens. And it was the worst day of my life. It was so scary. But I didn't have time to put on the breast binder, and I had to feel my body move naturally and like without any kind of constriction. And it was really in that moment when I realized that actually my body is not a pathology, that my body is capable, and that it's my duty to myself to maintain it in its intact state. And thankfully, like the moment that I became an Israeli citizen, I signed up at a gender clinic. But thankfully, the bureaucracy moved so slowly, and this had already been 12 years in the making of obstacle after obstacle after obstacle. And I'd already started to live my life as a man. Everybody knew me as a man. And then I realized, there's a fork in the road where nobody's going to take me seriously as a young man in his 20s if I keep looking like a kid. And so there was this fork in the road. I became legal in Israel. This is before October 7th. This would have been around like February of the 23 of the same year. And I basically, I signed up with a gender clinic, and thankfully they didn't get back to me, in months. Like, thankfully, because in Israel, it's a very streamlined system. Lots of bureaucratic hoops to jump through. And as they, weren't, getting back to me, there was a lot of, personal development that I was doing. And, and October 7th just really was what pulled the trigger there for me. But, the damage that I did to myself, even though it's like the minimal damage of a transition, just, breast and rib damage and, posture damage and all that stuff from doing it for so long, and doing it so young as well. That minimal damage is still significant. Like, it's very often quite difficult for me to breathe. I lay down on my side wrong, and it hurts. I mean, my breasts are damaged and deformed, and that's just like a contraption that you can buy on the internet, and nobody tells you that it's going to do that to you. and because they expect you to get your breasts removed like shortly after you start binding. They don't expect you to be binding for damn near a decade. Like, they don't expect that. The system doesn't account for that. And I didn't have to see a single therapist to do that to myself. But also, like, when I was at the university back in the States, before I went to Israel, I was in a lot of pain from binding, and I thought, okay, maybe it has something to do with the binder, but also I was like a preemie. I was born really early, so I've always had like muscle pain and muscle tightness. So I thought, well, maybe it's not the binder. There's no way it's the binder because I'm binding safely. But I went to the University Health Center, and I was like, so I have this like, shooting pain in my ribs whenever I try to take a deep breath, and they saw like the preferred name, and they were like, are you trans? And I was like, yeah. They're like, are you binding? I was like, yeah. And I said, do you think it could have anything to do with this? And they said, I mean, it might, but while you're still in the university health plan, we can refer you to a top surgeon. So instead of telling me to take the fucking binder off, they're like, remove your breasts. And like, my parents were paying for college, so that was absolutely not an option.
But they made an assumption.
Now,
What?
And I was too. Like, I was hell bent on going all the way. I was like insistent, consistent, persistent, gender
I didn't think it was
child.
an open.
12 years of my life
I didn't think it was an
identified
open
as
question.
trans.
I
That
thought it
was
was
half of my
fairly
life by the
straightforward.
time I stopped it. And everybody in
Onion
Israel
my
still
belt.
knows
Which
me
was
as
the
a man.
style at the
Like,
time.
Now I'm back in the States until things calm down. But I mean, like, everybody over there still knows me as a man, and it's like they're just layers of complexity to unravel from. But the point is that, like, you can do a significant amount of damage to yourself, even like without even seeing a single doctor, because of the types of things you must do to your body in order to in order to live out these false metaphysical claims. So that's kind of my long answer to your question.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, so I guess my question is, did you ever actually talk to a therapist or seek any gender therapy or talk to somebody that would have told you to stop? Because trans men aren't the only ones who use binders. Plenty of butches use binders, and also a lot of trans men don't. And that's not to, invalidate what you've gone through and to invalidate the suffering. I understand that must really suck to have that issue, to have used a binder and have it affect you that way. But also, it kind of seems like you're just taking what happened to you as an excuse to just rally for other people to take away their choice to get trans-affirming health care.
So I did see a therapist, but the thing is that it was like, I didn't think that there was anything wrong. I didn't think there was anything wrong with me, and I basically just sort of I don't know. Like, I saw a therapist, and the thing is that I was like too emotionally immature to in any way benefit from therapy. Like, this therapist would ask me questions, and I just thought, like, how do I make the hour go quicker? Like, I didn't want to think about it. I just wanted to go full steam ahead. But so as far as like, taking away others' ability to do gender affirming care, what I'm saying is that I'm not saying that it should necessarily be taken away, quote unquote. I'm saying that doctors have an ethical duty to like practice, evidence-based medicine, and gender affirming care, as you call it, is not evidence-based medicine. There is no evidence base, no strong, robust, high quality evidence base showing that these interventions are a good idea. Certainly on kids, we know that the benefits absolutely do not outweigh the harms. And even for adults, I mean, the adult outcomes in the Netherlands were so poor that they started doing it to kids, because the transition of adult males didn't actually like improve their life outcomes, because they weren't able to pass. At least that was the theory of the Dutch clinicians. And so because these men were not able to pass as women, the Dutch clinicians said, oh, well, that's the reason why these men still have really poor mental health outcomes and low functioning outcomes. It's not because perhaps they had a bunch of other underlying comorbidities that we didn't address. It's because we didn't align their body with their gendered soul well enough. And so they thought, well, if there is such a thing as a transsexual adult, well, then there is such a thing as a transsexual child. So now we'll go experiment on kids. and their metrics and their methodology were incredibly shoddy, and that experiment was prematurely determined to be a success, even though one of the male patients died on the operating table because he had a micro penis, because he was chemically castrated at Tanner stage 2, and they had to do an extremely invasive, even more invasive, colorectal vaginoplasty on this prepubertal child, and then he died on the table, which they didn't account for. And you had like other patients, namely a couple of young women, who reported saying, "I don't regret this, but I have extreme shame around my genitalia." So the experiment was predetermined, to be a success only at the 10-year follow-up mark. And then what happened is that Norman Spack brought this practice of pediatric transition to the United States, who then launched it to the rest of the world when we had only had 10 years of data about this initial cohort, including one of the patients being dead and the other patients saying, I have no sexual function and shame around my genitalia. So there's clearly something going wrong here. And if gender medicine is not willing to play by the rules of evidence-based medicine, then it is unethical for doctors to practice it. That is just my stance.
Well, I don't know any doctor that would use terms like a gendered soul or that the idea around
gender identity.
I mean, gender identity, a soul is not the same as a identity as a social construct. Those are very different things, and I feel like you're very purposefully trying to give it a religious connotation. I know that's a big argument to have to say that transgenderism or gender ideology is a religion, but it's really not. It doesn't have anything in common with religion, and the idea of a gendered soul or some inherent being born in the wrong body is a very dated stereotype. It's just interesting to see you try and tie that to doctors' approach to affirming medical care.
Yeah, and can we please stop with the fear-mongering? Like, whenever a surgery goes wrong, just, you wouldn't act like that if it was a heart surgery. Come on.
Except it's not surgery.
Yeah, because the heart surgery case, the person had an observable pathology, and they were going to die if they didn't get that heart transplant. Okay, so there's a difference between taking a healthy person and making them sick, and taking a sick person and trying to make them healthy, and then something in the process goes wrong. These are two fundamentally different scenarios.
Okay, whatever.
Yes?
No. Do try to explain your position, sir.
Yeah, I was going to say, like I transitioned in 2001 under probably the beginning of the informed consent model in Australia, and even in the last stink can't get in. Even in the last 2 decades, like watching the rate at which the rhetoric, the political rhetoric around this stuff, like you strike me as someone who's quite young, so the rhetoric that you understand is kind of the rhetoric that you grew into as you came of age, I would presume. But like right before that, like at the stage where you still weren't quite aware of what was going on, it was radically different. Like it was night and day different. And it wasn't as political as it is now. Like this space has just ramped up. Like 2001, like my endocrinologist told me that this was experimental. Basically, he didn't say those words exactly, but he was like, we know it's not going to kill you in the next decade.
Spaces
or so,
runs
but,
like
there may be
shit.
consequences from this happening, from you doing this, that we don't understand yet, and you need to be okay
unbelievably
with that,
bad. Holy fuck,
Elon!
Here. Like this is just stuck on my screen now, and I can't get off of it.
20 years later, suddenly the ongoing experiment is all over. Everything's perfectly safe, and we're now stunting puberty and like the rhetoric around forcing kids to go through puberty. Like we don't even understand everything that puberty does.
Okay, yeah, I feel like I had my thing. I feel like she kind of just
really major systems, like it's
went
just
away.
A cut and paste meme on some craft website.
Yeah, I can't. say anything because I can't. Oh wait, no,
Okay,
I
I
can't.
sent it
There
to Stink. Exlensic, you don't have Stink blocked, right?
Okay, there we go. It just fucking.
Exlensic?
I don't.
What'd you say? No, I don't have anyone blocked.
Okay. You don't have anyone blocked?
Well, I've got maybe 2 people blocked. No, I'm just kidding.
No one.
I don't think I've had anyone who goes in your spaces regularly blocked.
Okay, so I just sent him the link again. Oh, he said, it's fixed now. I'm trying to get Borat in here too, because everybody will benefit from Borat. We have a Borat impersonator.
Nope, nobody will benefit. Nobody will benefit from that.
Anyways,
I guarantee
yeah.
it.
Yeah, for the intermission.
What intermission?
The Borat impersonator, I assume, was going to come in and make us laugh.
Yeah. He might. I asked him. Anyways, let's see who we have. Okay, let's go David and then Will. I think there are just those 2 hands.
Hey, thanks. So, yeah, a couple questions. I guess these are, mostly for Kev and Maya. And so, yeah, a couple. So first off, historically, like many years ago, we have had what I will not trying to think of a better term, but yeah. So people have done, I guess I would say, stupid shit to their bodies historically.
Yeah.
And the 2 examples I can think of is like in the Victorian era, women would like have to, try and get their waist really thin. They would end up with GI issues. That was like the corset, right? Yeah. And then other thing is Chinese or Japanese or some Asian things, they would like bind their foot. So they would mutilate their foot. And that was,
oh my god.
That was considered like, I guess, a sign of royalty or whatever.
Insane.
So we do have a historical, precedent of doing, kind of harmful stuff to our body, but I'm not saying that's good. So, Kev, I don't know if you ever did the binding thing, but yeah,
really.
obviously, okay, yeah. So Maya's talked about it. So what I'm wondering is, when you're going through this process, someone obviously was selling this idea to you. They were saying, you'll somehow be better, like you will improve. This will solve some of your. Go ahead.
For me, or for like in my generation, no, that wasn't the case.
Okay. Well. Anyways, so now, I mean, it's definitely thing. They're like, yeah, let's get into top surgery. That will solve your problems in life. So what I'm wondering is
also can't help but notice
a lot of
Maya
I guess
really...
the long-term goal of this.
Oh yeah, SME, we just talked to Maya. You just missed it. We just had a little chit chat with Maya. Hello pup. Hello dog. Like it. Hello dog. Hello. It just, I don't think they, like, she just straight up didn't really want to talk about the fact that she hasn't really gone through any trans affirming care of any kind. Like, she really just skipped over that and talked about pathologizing things as like a fucking soul or whatever she was trying to talk about. And like, didn't, like, I don't want to be like, they didn't want the smoke. She couldn't handle me because that seems a little dick sucky from my part. But she fucking, it kind of seems like she just noped out of the conversation I was trying to have. Right? Like, yeah, also, Singing Reaper, how the fuck has she been binding for a decade when she's like 24? You started binding when you're 14? No wonder you fucked your body up. You were doing it when it was still growing. All right, sorry, I'm missing. Oh, sorry. I hope was I supposed to talk?
I mean,
okay,
it was multifactorial. I mean, I was trying to make sense of why I was different, why I was so incredibly different from my peers. And I was trying to find an explanation, and because I didn't have an explanation available to me that made sense, like I didn't know what a crush was, So whenever I was around girls, I thought I was experiencing an illness. I didn't know
That's the most fucking
like,
insane
why
thing
I was
I've ever
so
heard.
non-conforming, like gender non-conforming. I didn't know why I wasn't okay, having long hair or wearing girls' clothing. I didn't like the look
didn't
of
know
it.
what a
I certainly,
crush was, so
damn
I
it,
thought
my
I was
cat
sick every time I was around a
cat
girl.
knocked my phone out of my hands.
Fucking
He's a little
nuts.
crazy. Anyways,
That is the
I
most
didn't understand
insane thing
why
I've ever heard.
Why it is that
kids know what a crush is. I knew what a crush
that
was
I
in
was just
second
so
grade.
incredibly
You can't be saying
non-conforming,
that when you're
and
14.
part of it is just to do with the, lesbians and gays are just like that. That's part of it, but the other part of it is just simply, the texture. It's a texture issue. Like girls' clothing has a lot of odd textures, like when they'll sew, sequins. Don't eat my glasses, cat. Jesus.
She's talking about sensory
Anyways,
overload.
yeah, like there was an issue with
Is
the
she
textures
autistic?
on
Is she
some of these
diagnosed?
clothes.
Has she
the
talked
stitching of
about
these
that?
intricate patterns.
Because
I could feel it
everything
on my
she's
skin.
saying
I
just
didn't like
sounds
it.
like people I know who
The
grew
feeling
up
of like having
not knowing they were
long
autistic.
hair, hair touching my ears and my neck. Couldn't stand it. I wanted a short haircut. I didn't really know how to use my own words. Like I couldn't just say, "Hey, mom, dad, I want a short haircut." I was like just so deeply uncomfortable in my body. Obviously, puberty was happening. I hit puberty really young.
Hey,
There
Rab.
was there was like
yeah,
inappropriate
it'll be up there. It
contact.
might have to edit a little
Sexually
bit, but
that I was the victim of as well, and that certainly did not help anything. And yeah, it was just it was multifactorial.
honey. She fucking groomed herself. Sorry, nobody can hear this. She's talking about the DSM.
I did my research in the medical journals.
like,
as a kid, I read medical journals.
She read it when she was a kid. She's talking about grooming herself.
From the DSM itself. I really latched onto the idea. And as I got older, and there may have been more off-ramps, like more potential reasons for me to go like, okay, maybe I'm just a lesbian. Like maybe I can live with myself and not do these things to my body. Like perhaps there is an off-ramp. So
Larry, what kind of point is this person trying to make?
Taking any of these off-ramps, I just
if I know.
I just wouldn't let myself like listen to myself. Like when I started to realize like, oh, these feelings I have around girls are crushes, then I started to think, well, that's even more evidence of the fact that I'm actually a boy inside. So like every single, potential off-ramp became turned into yet another reason why
so first
I
she
must
didn't know what
proceed
crushes
on
were,
this
then
path.
she didn't know what lesbians
And
are.
the longer you go, the longer you proceed with a social transition or even with a medical transition, the harder it is to get off this path, even if you have doubts. And so like you don't even let yourself recognize the doubts. And so I don't know, like my story, it's hard to say that it was just one thing or another thing because it lasted for 12 years of my life. So there's no way that it was just one thing. I mean, human beings are psychologically complex, and I would just like, people who transition to understand that, being trans, it's what it is a set of actions essentially. Like it describes a set of actions in which somebody attempts to appear as the opposite sex by modifying their secondary and in more drastic cases the appearance of their primary sex characteristics. But that I think it's totally useless to have trans to describe some kind of identity because it's like, okay, like let's talk about all the people who can get latched onto an identity that comes with a medicalized burden and an identity that you can basically think, okay, well, I am non-conforming to sex stereotypes in not just a little bit, but in pretty extreme ways. Like this means that I was born in the wrong body. Like this is how kids think. Kids and also autistic young adults for that matter. Like extremely black and white thinking. Not a ton of room for nuance, and really not much life experience to understand. Like, oh, maybe what's going on with me is actually that I just have a crush on a girl. Like maybe this explains why I take the more masculine role. Maybe this explains why I prefer to wear men's clothing or to have like short haircuts. Like perhaps this is a better explanation than the trans explanation, which would predispose me to a lifelong medical pathway. I just think that it's important. I believe that every person with gender dysphoria, whether they transition or not, needs to be fully aware of the plethora of options that are available to them treatment-wise, and I feel like they're being absolutely screwed by the medical system, who is telling them that it is like either this or suicide, which is what doctors tell parents to get them to consent to transitioning their kids. And this rhetoric is everywhere, and you're taking very vulnerable people who are young and who are in extreme distress, and you are telling them the most extreme and invasive intervention is the only intervention that can help them, and you call any exploratory therapy that asks, well, were you sexually assaulted as a child? Is that perhaps a reason why you despise your body? Or asking about any underlying comorbidities which may cause somebody to be naturally disconnected from their body, like autism. So I think that people with gender dysphoria deserve the utmost care and compassion, not the least of which should come from their doctors and the people treating them. And I believe that, like, if transition is something that is to be done in any ethical manner, it should be an absolute last resort, because there is no evidence for it. Like, there seem to be people who transition, and it seems to not destroy their lives. They seem to thrive. And
An
then there are
overwhelming
people who,
amount of
it
them.
destroys their lives, and these doctors have really no way of telling which people will transition and be high functioning, high contributing members of society, and
Yes,
which
they actually
don't.
do.
Like, that's the truth. And now they used to have safeguards in order to prevent this type of stuff from happening, but like, because of activist encroachment, all of these safeguards have been totally done away with. So now you have like a system wherein the most vulnerable people and the people who are also most competent, so you have the entire grab bag of people, both people who can withstand the psychological and physical turmoil and I guess toll of these interventions and of changing the way that you live your life. You have people who can tolerate that, and people who are not cognitively there and who are not developmentally there. And so I just think that every person with gender dysphoria deserves to be fully aware of every treatment outcome. The transition is not the only treatment for gender dysphoria. That is an activist lie. That is not true. And I just think that we need to be obviously respectful and understand that people who are experiencing gender dysphoria are going through something that is really quite excruciating. I know because I was there, and I've been working on resolving that in other ways, and it has been more successful to resolve it in therapeutic ways as opposed to continually crushing my breasts. But the point is here that everybody with gender dysphoria deserves respect, and they deserve good, ethical, evidence-based medical care. That's where I stand.
Thanks, Maya. I don't know if Kev or Exercising wanted to give their input on my question.
Exlantic, did you see your message and do you want to go next, or do you want me to go?
I can go next. As I recall, the question was did we, or was, in my experience, was I told that, can you repeat your question, actually?
Yeah, sure.
I have it right.
Forgot it.
Yeah. So I guess the main question I'm wondering is when you were around people, therapists, activists, whatever, were they trying to sell you on the idea? But keep in mind, this is specific to to transgender men, right? Because that's kind of the thing I'm asking about. And so the question is,
transgender women,
did they try and sell you on the idea that, well, if you transition to a man, you're gonna have less problems in life because you're gonna be a man, you're gonna get male privilege, blah blah blah, like that you're gonna
did your doctors tell you
your life will be better as a...
He's literally asking, did your doctors tell you you'd have male privilege? That's fucking crazy. Oh my God, Julia
Pushing the whole
Serrano
idea
book.
of trans misogyny and trans women being oppressed by everyone, including trans men, and trans men being advantaged in some way over trans women.
You
and
fucking
then just kind of the
take
general idea that women are
Serrano out of
targeted
your mouth.
for sexual violence because of a performance of femininity.
They
Obviously,
are!
if we're
You
performing
fucking
masculinity,
moron!
and that's the same as being men, then surely that's going to get us some privilege in life, and it will make things a bit easier. It's also going to be a bit easier if you can control your bodily functions You can prevent pregnancy. You don't have to deal with menstruation. It's all these things that are going to make your life easier and safer. People will respect you more. It's a con though for insecure young women.
Okay, gonna elaborate on that, Princess, or
Sorry, I came from a different time. So the only people who were transitioning in 2001, also Sydney is probably at that point in the early 90s. Sydney was kind of a decade behind culturally in a number of ways. By 2001, with the internet, it was probably only 5 years or so behind America. So the only people who were transitioning that I bumped into early days were, there's kind of this cohort of super masculine butchers that have a hard time finding their place because you're physically female, and you know you're physically female. You, like, we all lived in lesbian community, but then you kind of are like, all of these male roles are kind of put on you, and there's this argy-bargy of they're the roles that you want to perform, but you know what I mean? Like, there's just this weird gender thing that happens in the extreme end. So pretty much the only people that I bumped into transitioning at that point were people that fitted into the same cohort as me. You had to seek it out. It was not easy to find. It wasn't advertised everywhere at that point. It was basically committing social suicide. Like, at the time that I came out, like, it was like, as far as the lesbian community was concerned, it's like we were still kind of in a lesbian separatist phase at that point in the lesbian community. So it was very much like, do not call yourself lesbian, you're no longer part of the community, blah 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 blah, like that whole thing. Don't come to events. In your personal friendship circle, people were kind of weirded out, but I didn't lose any friends over it, so I kind of maintained that. But the main difference between then and now is that like the whole born in the wrong, nobody thought that they had some internal male hiding in some part of their body, you know, like it was kind of awkward gender nonconformity.
What's the play here? Like,
mixed together.
are these people arguing? They're not arguing the same points. Like, none of them are making sense with each other.
There kind of was this.
Like, are they arguing
especially in the lesbian
that
community, because it's so, like, it's female.
All trans people think there's like this innate soul, or whatever dumb bullshit she's saying, or are they arguing that, like, oh no, every trans person knows that they're not that?
And male roles are, and that, like, that's only half the equation. So when you actually then start to pass, you realize that, yeah, men are given a little bit more leeway, but in some, like, men are given more leeway in some
group therapy
ways,
is xenomonic. Group therapy, yeah, no. Group therapy is a great way to fucking put it.
You're expected to be capable.
You know what sounds really good? Hostess sounds really good. You ever have that thought?
Of you know, passing
wrangle up some ding dongs.
Like, you see them every 6 months or so. Well, I do anyway, because I don't go looking for them. But there's this, you know, video of a trans man who's upset.
Renee, what in the JRPG
saying,
lore?
No one asks me how
What
I am
the
anymore.
Sigma?
Nobody hugs me. No one gives me the benefit of the doubt. And it's like, yeah, no shit. Like,
have a good night, Wolf.
What did you think was going to happen? Like, there is there's certainly, like, what's I've just lost the word. Like a male.
Oh my god.
Loneliness.
No. Like there is like benefits that, like, men do get extra benefits, but they're also not protected.
Male privilege.
Yeah, you know, like they're, along with the male privilege that is obviously visible to a lot of people. What people don't see is the male disadvantage, where it's like, you know, you are expected to perform first time every time, like everyone's watching what you do. No one's gonna give you the benefit of the doubt if you fuck something up, you know, like on
this
on a
fucking
job site
sucks, dude. All right, I can't do it anymore. I can't. I gotta go. I'm sorry, chat. I said my piece. I was waiting for another time to jump in, but I'm not gonna fucking wait another, like, God, I feel like it's been 20 minutes, 15 minutes since the last time we chat. God. Oh my God, that's so fucking rugged. Oh. Fucking nightmare. Oh. Alrighty. Thanks to everybody who followed me, by the way. Let's do... I need to get some food. Pretty much only thing that's happening is Ophelia Valentine, SK Uwu. Looks like she's playing, looks like Diablo 3. Sea Dog VA and Naughty Roomba. Let's do Naughty Roomba. Naughty Roomba, that'll be a good fun chill stream. We love our little non-binary streamers. So go say hi, go find that. I'm so tired. I feel like my brain is fucking melting right now. I'm gonna go get some food. Do not forget to look at the links and donate at the links supplied on Twitch and YouTube. And thanks to everybody who's donated all night. Thank you for making a difference in people's lives in this community and outside of this community. And thank you all for also donating and continuing to sub to me. And I appreciate it. And patrons, go check out the first look at the new video that's coming up soon. And yeah, hope y'all have a wonderful rest